This is the October 1st, 2014 regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, called to order at 4:04 p.m. Mr. Young, would you call the roll?
Vice Chair Hyland?
Present.
Hyland present. Chair Washburn?
Present.
Washburn present. We did receive a request concerning item number 3 on our agenda for file number 12058. There's a request from Ms. Mayanki to continue the item due to some medical appointments. Oh.
All right. I wanted to make a couple of comments, and I have to say that I was considering asking for a continuance for this item as well, and primarily not because Mr. Mayanki is not present. We are not to re-adjudicate this case, although the Ethics Commission sent it back for further finding of facts, I believe, was part of their language. But there have been some other relevant developments. The principal one being a lengthy memo that we received. I first saw it yesterday. It's dated the 29th from Mr. St. Croix, the Executive Director of the Ethics Commission. And it's regarding policy discussions regarding our referrals to the Ethics Commission. And I urge all of you to read it. It's directly relevant to this case, but it has broader relevance. And they're asking for someone from the task force to attend their regular October 27th meeting to discuss this draft. I'm going to be in San Diego for my university that day, so I won't be able to attend. So I'm not sure where to go with this. I think the issues, like I said, are directly pertinent to this case. One is regarding naming a department head as responsible for violations of the ordinance, and that's exactly what we're grappling with here. So I'd like to hear what the members have to say, and then I'll ask for public comment on thoughts about continuing this item, perhaps asking the Ethics Commission to put this over until their November meeting. Although we could take this up at the Compliance and Amendments Committee, which meets in 2 weeks from today. So that's. But again, I don't know who feels prepared and comfortable going to, present our ideas before the Ethics Commission on the 27th. We won't have had time to really talk about this as a group. So, thoughts, Vice Chair Hyland?
I am also absent that day. I'm not available on the 27th, so I think a request to push it back one meeting would be reasonable.
Okay. Member Pilpel?
I think we need to have a little more discussion about this, and since we're just talking about agenda changes, I'd like to keep it on the agenda, but I'm open to continuing it following discussion. But I think we should discuss it when we get to it and call it and leave it there for the moment. Does that make sense?
Through the chair.
Excuse me, what are you referring to as on the agenda?
We're talking about agenda changes right now?
Right, we are.
Right, so I think that we should have a deeper discussion about this issue, and so I would not continue it at this time. I would leave it on the agenda, have discussion tonight, be open to continuing it tonight, but we should have further discussion. I don't want to continue it now without discussion. Does that make sense?
Through the chair. I like your previous idea of letting the Compliance Amendments Committee take a crack at it first, and then perhaps bring it in front of the full task force to reflect on what they came up with, and then present to the
Okay, so regarding Member Pilpel's suggestion, so we have this is item number 3 that we're talking about continuing. We can vote to continue it now and not discuss this any further, or we can move ahead with item number 2, take up this item, discuss it further, and end up continuing the item per se, but talking about the new developments. Member Wolf?
I think I'd be more comfortable just continuing the item, and the reason is that what's on the agenda is that case, not this memo. And if for some reason members of the public would have wanted to attend the discussion of this memo, it's not on the agenda, so I think that we should just continue it.
Excellent point. Member Pilpel.
Well, I had some substantive things to say about the Mayanki item, not so much about the Ethics Commission memo. And I don't feel comfortable discussing them right now because we're still discussing whether to continue the item. So that's why I said I would prefer that we keep the item on the agenda, discuss it then, and continue it if that's appropriate, which I have no problem with.
May I suggest we just call the item right now and take action on it? We're only skipping the order by 1, and item number 2 is just only approval of minutes.
Okay, all right.
Item number 3, file number 12058.
Was there anything else under agenda?
Excuse me,
Understood, we're doing number 1, and now we're doing number 3 without public comment for number 1. I think you need to take public comment on item 1.
we're moving to item number 3, which we were talking about continuing. So we're on item number 3, and there will be...
What happened to public comment on item 1?
For roll call? You need public comment for roll call.
Agenda changes.
That's
Okay.
item number 2.
We're moving slightly out of order, as Mr. Young said. We skipped over the minutes. We're on item number 3, which may well be continued. Well, we're going to talk about that. So there'll be a chance for the public to weigh in on this. Members?
Item number 3, file number 12058. Dominique Mayanki against the Recreation and Parks Department for alleged failing to provide records requested pertaining to the berthing contracts between the City and County of San Francisco and slip holders. This is regarding the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force will consider and determine how to proceed with the Ethics Commission's referral of the file back to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and possible re-referral to the Ethics Commission. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force does not intend to reconsider the merits of this complaint.
Members? Member Pilpel.
Okay, so a couple of things. I don't think we need to go over the history of this thing right now. If members who weren't on the task force at the time need background, those of us who were there can provide that. I did want to circulate a handout. I had prepared this last year. This was some text that I thought could go in the referral.
Copies for member of the public? You know what? Shouting out from the...
Excuse me.
Victor, here's some copies.
There will be some copies for members of the public.
This was just some text that I had put together and suggested that Chair Grant include in the referral to the Ethics Commission. That didn't happen, and so the referral letter, as I understand it, was somewhat thin. I think one of the problems or issues with this referral... Sorry.
For the record, if we're going to discuss what you just handed out, I'd like to be able to read it. I cannot.
Okay. I'm just discussing the concept of it, not the specific content.
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair Hyland?
I really think because one of the people in this case is not here, I don't think there should be any discussion of this. I really think we should just vote to continue this and just go from there. I think any time now is going to be, wasted and respent at a future date anyway, so can we proceed to that?
If I could just finish my statement very briefly.
You're going to restate it again when we look at this case properly, correct?
I'm not sure that I am. I may have something further, but I wanted to give some context of where it is now.
Okay, very briefly, and then we'll move on.
Okay. So what I'm suggesting is that if we have some additional content in a referral, if we do re-refer it, that would help, in my view, in the Ethics Commission's consideration of how to proceed. And we can certainly talk about the content at a future time. The other thing that I wanted to say, in looking at the packet, there was a new memo from the city attorney from last week on it. That troubled me, and I just want to say this publicly. The city attorney both advises the task force on how to proceed. They also advise city departments. If they had some concern that it appears sort of backs up the department's perspective, I think that should have been presented at an earlier point. And I just, as much as I respect the opinion of the city attorney and Buck Delventhal in particular, it's difficult to get something like that at this point because I think it has the huge potential to color further proceedings at the Ethics Commission and before this task force. And since we've already adjudicated the matter on the merits and are not going to re-adjudicate it, that just troubles me. And I don't know how else to express that at this point, but I wanted to make that very clear.
I was also very troubled by this memo, and it seemed to have, it blindsided me coming at this time. So, but Member David and then Member Wolf.
Yeah, I'm either ready to refer this back to ethics, today, or I'm more than happy. I think that the chair made a very good point that we got this memo just the other day from John St. Croix, and that I'm happy to support a motion to continue this. I don't think that the underlying issue needs to be discussed for 1 second further. It's been like this is either send it to ethics back and say that we think it was everyone was properly named, or let's have a discussion at a later time about this memo from the Ethics Commission. So one of those two things. I think that's all we need to do.
Okay, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I think Member Pilpol's points about the memo and the points that you also echoed as the chair are definitely worth considering. I don't think they need to be considered at this point in time. I think it's good that Member Pilpol's document is now in the record, and I don't see a reason not to continue this until all parties are here.
All right, I just wanted to say we're talking about a lot of pieces of paper up here, and so I wanted to, just for everybody's clarification, sort this out, and then I'll entertain a motion. As part of our packet, there is a memo that Member Pilpel pointed out from the Deputy City Attorney Delventhal. And as I mentioned, this seemed to have come out of left field. I was blindsided by it, and it speaks to the merits of our decision. And so then there's another memo that was not part of the packet that we received. It was sent to all of us yesterday from the Ethics Commission outlining some suggestions for how to ensure that our referrals are clear in all respects when we send them to ethics. And there were some excellent suggestions in there. One is making sure that our orders of determination have clear statements of fact and a lot of information so our reasoning is clear. And we haven't been doing that lately. And I had actually recently asked Mr. Young if we could start having meatier orders of determination. So he, in his wonderful way, developed an outline for us to follow so that we sort of tie up all these ends and they get memorialized in the order of determination. So that was a really good thing there. But the main thing that's in that memo that's pertinent to this case is the issue of who is, when is the department head named and how that happens. And I believe that we gave the department head multiple notices of this case, and Mr. Young has documented that for us, and that's part of the file. So that's another piece. So we have the memo from City Attorney's Office that came recently. We have the memo from Ethics that came yesterday, and then Member Pilpel has perhaps has some facts and evidence in his memo that we might incorporate in what we send back to ethics. But so just to be clear about all the papers we've been talking about here. So at this time, is there a motion to continue this item?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, at this time, public comment on this matter?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. First of all, I think you're having an extremely lengthy and inappropriate discussion about a whole range of documents and materials and issues not noticed on this agenda. I have seen on the table a September 29th 12 or 13-page document from the Ethics Commission. Well, it says to the members of the Ethics Commission regarding policy discussion regarding Sunshine Ordinance Task Force referrals. I do not see out here any city attorney's memo. I do not see a memo from yesterday, which the chair just now referred to and discussed, including telling us that it had some good suggestions for more information on orders of determination. I did get from your administrator the Pill-Pell memo when it was requested by another member of the public. I think it's extremely inappropriate. Also, your procedures for following cases, which I don't see written down here on the short version of the agenda, but in general, perhaps you don't think it applies to this because it's not the substantive case. But in your procedures, you talk about requiring material to be provided for the packet a week prior to the meeting. Or else it is optional as to whether the task force even considers it. And I'm not sure what procedure is taken as to whether to consider it or not. So it seems to me that for the Ethics Commission to sandbag you, sideswipe you, as you say, surprise you with something that you think is relevant to this matter 2 days before, and perhaps yet another memo which I'm looking for now and would like to see, which was referenced from yesterday. All of these things should be discussed as an agenda item. The memo from the Ethics Commission is talking about its procedures for generally handling masses of materials and not specifically referencing this particular case. So I think, yes, you might want to postpone this. You might just as well say that's all this stuff is too late and only consider what other considerations you would have considered with respect to the continuance. I certainly think all this material deserves to be on an agenda item, noticed and properly documented in advance for the public and yourselves.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Washburn. I'm Patrick Minette Shaw, here on my own time as a private citizen. I'm speaking against this motion. I think you should have a discussion tonight and return the matter to ethics. I am disturbed first by Member Pilpel's handout of tonight. It appears to me that he's trying to slip it in to re-adjudicate the case by claiming that Chair Grant had not included it over to ethics. It's too late to include it. The matter went to ethics. You can't tack on to it now. As for General Manager Ginsburg's September 3rd memo, in which he repeatedly cites the Good Government Guide, I want to remind you that Ethics Commissioner Peter Keene has stated in open session of Ethics Commission meetings that the Good Government Guide carries no weight or force under law. By the same token, Burke Deventhal's lengthy analysis that surfaced yesterday and was included in the agenda packet online also repeatedly cites the Good Government Guide. Both Deventhal and Ginsburg appear to be trying to re-adjudicate the case when all you've been asked to do is supply additional factual information. But as I testified to you before on this matter, because Commissioner Keene has noted in open session on the Rengel case that the Ethics Commission got it right, finding that the department head was in fact responsible. And because Keene admitted that they had punted inappropriately the Maionchi matter back to the task force, I firmly believe that you should just turn around and return it to ethics today, indicating that because Keene had noticed the discrepancy in the two different rulings by the Ethics Commission, that the ball belongs in their court. And I don't think that you should wait until the end of this month, or if ethics agrees to postpone its discussion with you on their memo that surfaced yesterday or today, you would be pushing the Maionchi matter back into November at the earliest, before the full task force could have a conversation about what to do with returning it. And if you had to wait until the end of November for a rescheduled Ethics Commission meeting, you would not be hearing this matter until December. So I'm speaking against this motion. I think you should deal with it tonight.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Task Force members. Richard Nee, former member of the Task Force. I just want to open with a question. Is the St. Croix memo of September 29 fair game here? Is that part of the discussion, or should I put that off?
We just got it yesterday, and it hasn't been made available to members of the public. It wasn't part of the agenda.
Okay,
I maybe improperly mentioned it. It was part of my reasoning for wanting to suggest that we continue it.
Okay. Then I'll withhold my comment.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Thomas Piccarello. I have no opinion about the continuance, but I will say that if you do grant the continuance, my matter is next on the agenda, and I don't see all the parties here on item 5. So that'll raise another issue. I don't want to put this case on if all the respondents, all 5 of them, are not here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from members of the public? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Young, would you call the matter, please?
Question?
Member Pilpil?
The motion was to continue. Was it to the call of the chair, to the next meeting? I wasn't clear on that.
To the next meeting.
Okay.
I would that be October 28th or November the 5th?
I think it should be on the full, on the regular meeting.
That'll be continuing to the November 5th meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Right.
On that motion, Member Winston.
Aye.
Winston, aye. Member Wolf.
No.
Wolf, no. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member David.
Aye.
David, aye. Member Fisher. Aye. Fisher, aye. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye.
Member Hepner?
Oh, sorry, I did not notice his arrival. Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. The motion passes. Next on the agenda, item number 2, approval of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force minutes from January 3rd, 2012, January 24th, 2012, February 28th, 2012, March 7th, 2012, April 4th, 2012, August 26th, 2014, and September 3rd, 2014.
All right, you may be wondering why we have these very ancient minutes on the agenda. These were continued multiple times, and the website shows that the minutes for those meetings are in draft form. So this is to clear up this problem, and for the many members who weren't here back in 2012, it is okay to vote to approve the minutes, and we'll need for you to in order to get them approved. They have been reviewed by members of the task force and edited. And Mr. Young, if you would help the members understand better what I'm talking about, how we can make this work.
Yes, the normal process for approval of minutes does state that they shall be read into the record, and since as they have been distributed via the packet, then the task force is allowed to make corrections to the minutes. If there are no corrections that are being offered, the minutes are to be deemed approved. However, since we still have it listed in our bylaws that a motion must be taken to adopt the minutes, we are asking for a motion to adopt it until we can revise our bylaws.
So, Member Wolf.
Is it possible to do a motion without objection and then not do a roll call vote?
That is acceptable.
All right, okay. Member Pilpel.
Actually, normally, yes, but I'm going to request a roll call vote because I'm going to vote no. I haven't had a chance to review these minutes. I was working on the annual report in the last week, and I normally take time to review the minutes. Chair Washburn is the only member on the task force now who was a member during the 2012 period at issue, and I believe that the 2012 minutes were never calendared before the task force for approval.
That, with all due respect, Member Pilpel, these minutes have been on the agenda in the past, and they were continued at your request because you wanted to do some final edits. And I had a whole stack of them that I carried in my binder for many months for that very reason. And I finally decided it was time to officially approve them. Otherwise, they would be in draft form for who knows how much longer. And they have other members, please trust that former members of the task force reviewed these minutes. Member Nee is an excellent editor and went to great lengths to review them. I also did, as did other members of the task force and our administrators. So it's kind of the best we can do at this point. So could I have a motion do we need to go one by one?
No, we can take action as a group on all the minutes if you would like to.
Unless, the more recent ones, members of the public may have something because they're current ones. So if we could perhaps have a motion for the very old minutes from 2012.
The motion is for the adoption of the minutes listed on the agenda from 2012. Is there any public comment on?
Is there a second for the motion?
Second.
All right.
I'm sorry, who made the motion?
I don't believe we have a mover yet.
I thought Chair Washburn
No.
did, and I apologize. I will make the motion.
This is 2012, right. So, yes, at this time, could we have public comment on those minutes? There will be additional ones, too. We're taking them a little bit at a time to clear all this up.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I think it's not really fair to the public to provide 3 days' notice if they get it that soon, and much less notice if they haven't. So I would certainly propose and recommend that a just recommended that these be held over so that the public can know what you're planning to do. These 2012 minutes include some extremely important and significant complaints that include Library Users Association complaints against the Arts Commission and the library regarding the Bernal Heights Branch Library mural and basically its destruction under a whole host of violations of sunshine. One of the things that's troubling is to hear various people that we don't even know who are working on these minutes behind closed doors and have done something or another, presumably to improve them, but we don't know what. So, for example, on page 32 of your agenda packet, page 5 of the March 7, 2012 minutes, there's our complaint number 12001, and at the bottom 12002. and on the next page as well. And the language describing the complaints are exactly the same in case after case after case, without any specificity whatsoever. So on page 32, complainant Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, provided an overview of the complaint and requested the task force find violation. Number 12002, same thing, provided an overview of the complaint, requested the task force to find violation. Absolutely the exact same wording for those complaints and a number of others that are in here, providing no details and really no substance with respect to what the violations were alleged and what the defense was by the Arts Commission and other bodies. And we find a similar problem in other references. For example, the April 4th, 2012, page 21. Peter Warfield provided an overview of the complaint, findings, follow-up, and further requested the task force to find further violation. 12004, that one was against the Arts Commission. There were others against Supervisor Campos and the Arts Commission. Exactly the same 2, 4, 6, 8 lines, providing no detail whatsoever, and then 12007 on page 23. So I think that these really need more work and an opportunity for the public to provide you with more informed comment, as well as for your own members, if they wish to review, to provide further, presumably informed comment. Thank you.
Patrick Minetshaw. I'm speaking in support of this motion. Minutes should not drag on for 2 years. I've noticed on multiple occasions visiting SOTF's website that it says draft, draft, draft. And I've always wondered, why are they still draft? As to Member Pilpul still wanting to fiddle with them, I think you need to just cut bait and approve them. Be done with them. They're 2 years old. If people want to hear fuller descriptions of each of the complaints that were discussed during each of the meetings, you have audio recordings. People can hear that there. So my strong recommendation is that without further delay, you just simply pass this motion.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment on this item?
Thomas Piccarello, this is the great reason why you should have your minutes approved on the following session. But I don't. You said Sunshine Task Force members reviewed the minutes. I would like to hear more specificity. What task force members reviewed the minutes, and how were they reviewed? Did these task force members listen to the recordings and then write out the minutes that they're proposing that you adopt today? You mentioned Mr. Nee. I'd like to hear Mr. Nee give his version of how he reviewed the minutes and how he's proposing that these be adopted. And finally, I don't see how any task force member sitting tonight can approve minutes when they weren't on the panel 2 years ago. It's really farcical. So, I understand you want to clean the decks, but you're really playing the game tonight by wanting to approve minutes that occurred 2 years ago. You want to have credibility as task force members, then you shouldn't play these games. Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment? Okay, for members of the task force, each of these minutes were on the agenda for the meeting directly after the meeting for which they are minutes. If not that one, the next one. And so they were publicly available to members of the public for review. Members who were then on the task force reviewed them. They were discussed. It was an item on the agenda. They were discussed. And in each of these cases, they were continued because a member of the task force wanted the final edits. And so they've been reviewed, and Mr. Warfield makes an important point that they're not terribly informative in some cases, and they're action minutes. And various members of the task force, myself included, had always wanted to see more, explanation of, what the complainant said in a case or the respondent. But this is what we were getting at the time. And so these are on the agenda because we need to clear this up, and I'm sorry, this is the best that we can do. So, Mr. Young?
On the motion to approve the minutes listed on the agenda for 2012, Member Winston.
Aye.
Winston, aye. Member Wolf.
No.
Wolf, no. Member Pilpel.
No.
Pilpel, no. Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member David.
Aye.
David, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The next motion is to consider approval of the August 26, 2014 and September 3, 2014 meeting minutes of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. As amended, Chair Washburn has provided me clerical corrections, and in addition, clarification on the September 3rd meeting minutes regarding how file number 14056 was divided into two separate files to separate the departments. She has provided the clarification, and I will make those corrections if adopted.
Members, have you provided other corrections, or do you have any corrections at this time? Okay, do I hear a motion to approve the minutes from?
Public comment?
Oh.
Please.
Motion first.
Motion and then public comment.
Okay, is there a motion to approve these minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Public comment on these minutes, please.
Patrick Manette Shaw, I'd like to hand Mr. Young my 150-word written testimony on this agenda item. The task force's September 3rd minutes omit statements Member Fisher made in regards to the annual report. First, she said, quote, "You took out a lot of the points that Kit, Chair Grant, and I had made, and, you're playing to your audience. Knock yourselves out," end quote, at 4 hours and 30 minutes into the meeting. Ironically, Fisher failed mentioning that her and Grant's draft annual report was clearly written to play to an audience that dislikes the task force. Second, Fisher admitted that she and Grant presented the annual report to the supervisors without prior approval of SOTF members and without presenting the draft beforehand to members. She said, quote, "I have a problem with Vice Chair Hyland speaking authoritatively on something that I sense he knows nothing about. I was with Chair Grant at several meetings with the supervisors when we went through the annual report, and they asked her to come to the Rules Committee, which she did not want to do, but she did." Fisher said that at 4 hours and 33 minutes into the September 3rd meeting. I find her remarks patently offensive. And there's no mention in the minutes that she was offensive to other members of this task force. Saying that you're playing to the audience as a way to embarrass somebody, embarrass one of your co-members, is not behavior that the voters expected this task force would do during open public session meetings. And I think it needs to be included in the minutes that she inappropriately criticized the annual report in such a fashion. It was smarmy.
Are there additional public comments on the minutes before us?
Yes, Peter Warfield, it's evident that this is all a sick joke against the public and that you guys are certainly not going to listen to what the public says. To say that on the previous matter, this is the best we can do when you have offers of additional work and assistance from your own body and the public is a pretty sad commentary. I said then, and I will say it on this one, over and over and over again, it's exactly the same words. For example, file number 14406 on September 3rd on page 6. Hope Johnson, complainant, provided an overview of the complaint and requested the task force find violations. Just as an example, on page 10, 14062, Jonathan Germain, complainant, provided an overview of the complaint and requested the task force find violations. There were no speakers in support of the claimant. Previous one, there were no speakers in support of the complainant. Then the names of people who presented an overview of the department's defense, and on page 10, so-and-so presented an overview of the department's defense. Page 6, so-and-so from the Board of Supervisors spoke in support of the respondent. Page 10, there were no speakers in support of the respondent. A question and answer period followed. A question and answer period followed. The respondent provided a rebuttal. The respondent declined to provide a rebuttal. The complainant provided a rebuttal, page 6. Page 10, the complainant provided a rebuttal. Over and over and over again, there's exactly the same words, boilerplate, used with only the names, specifics of who spoke being dropped into the slot. I think this is a sad joke that you members, if you're serious about providing any information to the public, need to have fixed. It's important, your considerations, it's important what the arguments were on the other side and the justifications. You'll need that in future when you review these matters and want to use them to refresh your memories, to use as precedents. So I ask you to not approve these boilerplate pseudo-minutes which are a joke on yourselves and the public in terms of providing real information about these cases. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Wolf?
Through the chair, I was wondering if either Young or City Attorney Kola can give what the city's definition of what minutes are supposed to be, because I listened to what the public had to say. I looked over the minutes, but I don't really know what level of detail is written under like the city charter or code or whatever.
Mr. Young and then DCA Kola.
It's difficult to provide an opinion on short notice, but it is the policy of the clerk of the board to provide action minutes and not to try to make interpretations of speakers' comments. I do want to state that in the near future, with our order of determinations, with the checklist I have provided, we will be providing details on the actions, specific details on the actions. However, we probably will not be commenting on arguments made during the discussion.
Oh, just a point of clarification. So you're talking about, that would be for the minutes, but for the order of determination, we would have a description of the findings of fact.
I believe that is, we have been talking about that to provide additional detail for future reference, that we would include more details in the order of determinations.
Right. So that's for those cases where we find a violation, that's where the detail will be. DCA Cola?
You know, I'm not certain if the city has codified anything regarding like a minimum standard for meeting minutes. It's something I'd have to look into. I don't have that information offhand.
I'm wondering if you could check into that. I know that just for your background, when I first joined the task force, the minutes used to be quite detailed. So you could, in fact, go back and get a sense of what the hearing found. And that was very helpful. And then a couple years after that, there was this new policy by the clerk of the board that there would be action minutes. And I don't find them very helpful. I'm also frustrated by this, but it's what we've been told we would receive. So, and, Member Hebner?
Yeah, and just through the chair and to respond to Member Wolf as well. It's in section 67.16. It does lay out what the minutes should include, and it doesn't elaborate, for instance, on what a brief summary of each person's statement during the public comment period for each agenda item means, what constitutes a brief summary, and maybe an action item alone is not enough, or indicating whether they supported or opposed the motion is not enough. It may be as well. But just my personal opinion on this, and because I'd almost like to lay this to rest before it comes up at every single meeting, is that I think that one of the reasons that an action item minute may be enough is that you can actually go back to the audio tape and listen to that portion of the meeting that had the exact verbatim words that were said at the meeting. And you almost run another risk by elaborating too much in minutes for fear of misquoting or misstating what somebody said on the actual recording. I personally find these meetings sufficient. It details who spoke on every single item, who didn't speak, who had people present, whether they opposed or supported a measure. Those are all mandated in section 67.16. And then if you'd like further information, you can go back to the audio tape and hear exactly what was said.
And one thing Mr. Young does provide where you can find the audio recording, very specifically. So that's helpful information. Member Pilpel.
Also to Member Wolf, I agree with what Member Hepner just said. It really is 67.16 that provides the minimum. That's, as far as I know, the only place in the charter or city law that discusses content of minutes. Actually, excuse me, there's one other place in the charter that refers to a record of actions taken at meetings being required. But I think we do that. In terms of how much content is there besides the required 67.16 content, that's really up to the body. Boards and commissions in this city vary greatly in how much detail they have in their minutes. And if members of this body think that there is insufficient content, they can propose content and changes to the minutes, or we can direct the administrator to beef up the minutes. But the minutes are really minutes of the body, and so long as they meet the minimum requirements, we can put in anything else that we deem useful for historical purposes. Thanks.
Member Wolf.
Thanks so much for the insights, everyone. I think Member Hepner makes a really good point, but it actually goes one further in that if we keep the minutes stripped down to the most basic form, then there's, in addition to worrying about being misquoted, we also don't need to worry about the subjective what to include issue, which we're currently grappling with and will probably continue to grapple with the public, but perhaps as a body we can just stick to a more stripped down minutes for the sake of not having to subjectively assess what to include.
Thank you. Is there any further comment from the members? Member Oka?
Frankly, minutes are supposed to reflect what went on during the meeting. And in my view, I'd rather have more information than I'd rather err on the side of too much information rather than not enough information. I don't like brevity in minutes or any other kind of report that gets out to the public, and that's what we're dealing with here.
Thank you. Is there anything additional? Okay, Mr. Young, would you call the matter, please?
On the motion to approve the minutes of August 26, 2014 and September 3rd, 2014, as amended, Member Winston. Aye. Winston, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Pilpil.
No.
Pilpil, no. Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member David.
Aye.
David, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Oka.
No.
Oka, no. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. Next on the agenda, item number 5, file number 14063, complaint filed by,
I was wondering if we wanted to go to general public comment.
that is approximately 5 minutes away.
Oh,
Mr. Piccarello indicated that he may or may not want to hear the matter.
all right, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
File number 14063, complaint filed by Thomas Piccarello against Supervisors Farrell, Marr, Avalos, Wiener, and Breed, Board of Supervisors, Budget and Finance Committee, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.15, 67.34, and 67.37, and Government Code Section 54954.3A for failure to provide adequate opportunity for public comment prior to taking final actions at the Budget and Finance Committee meeting on June 16, 2014.
Member Wolf?
Given that any sort of hearing is going to take a substantial amount of time, and we're now 3 minutes from the scheduled time for public comment, I think we should either take a 4-minute break or just sit here for 4 minutes and then do public comment so that it's close to the scheduled time.
Member David?
We've been through this so many times. The agenda clearly says at 5 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible. So there's nothing wrong with if this takes an hour, it would be the soonest thereafter. So let's move forward and have the hearing and do public comment as it says very specifically on the agenda.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Hyland, it's going to be 5 pretty soon.
I know.
Talk fast.
I thought maybe we should ask Mr. Piccarello if he said that does he see the other people, respondents here, and would you like to proceed at this point, or would you like to delay? You mentioned before that you didn't see everybody here.
Thank you. What I suggested is that I don't see all the respondents here, and I really don't want to come back and argue this case again. So it makes sense, Task Force Member Wolf's suggestion that, we're going to talk for 3 minutes and it's going to be 5 o'clock anyway. You have public comment now, and then I will put my case on after public comment. Or if you want to break before then, that's fine with me. But it doesn't make sense for me to go on now, especially when I don't see all the respondents here. I don't want to come back for this.
Okay.
So
my suggestion is have public comment now.
May we get as far as we can, then we can take public comment. Can we take the question of order of determination? And once 5 o'clock hits, we can...
You mean the jurisdiction? Okay.
Jurisdiction, sorry.
So at this time, do I hear a motion to find jurisdiction?
So moved.
Seconded.
Is there any public comment on jurisdiction in this matter?
Perfect.
Unless I'm missing something, there is nothing on tonight's agenda for you to find jurisdiction on this matter.
It is on the next page.
Yes, it is on the next page.
Oh, all right. Find jurisdiction and then take public comment.
Okay, without objection.
Well, for discussion? I don't
Member
intend,
Pilpil?
I don't intend to object. I just wanted to make clear, it appears that Ms. Stephanie is here from Supervisor Farrell's office and Wilson Ng is here from the Board of Supervisors, so it does appear that there are respondents present. The principals complained against aren't here, but they certainly have representatives, and we'll hear from them. So I have no problem with jurisdiction.
So without objection. So, Mr. Young, we're now going to go to public comment. General public comment. I'm sorry,
Yes,
this is looking very ragged.
Yes, item number 4, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
Hello, Task Force members. I want to give you some information about some false information that was provided to you by the city attorney at my complaint, which was heard in front of the Compliance Committee. It was complaint number 14019, and that was heard on August 19th. At the committee hearing, the city attorney testified that there was no law in existence regarding the retention of non-essential emails by the city, and he cited Chapter 8 of the Administrative Code. And as a result of that, my complaint was ended at that point in time. Well, I researched Chapter 8, and I want to make you aware of the fact that Chapter 8 does contain information as to what should the retention of non-essential emails. I'd like to give a copy to you here, and then also recite for you. At the hearing, the city attorney stated that his department routinely deletes emails from their computers at around 6 months from when they had it, and that's done routinely by departments. And I want to make you aware that that's not in compliance with the law, because the law in Section 8.3 says that current records and storage records, as defined in Section 8.4 of this code, may be destroyed 5 years after they were created if they have served their purpose and are no longer required for any public business or other public purpose, except that records shall be destroyed having legal significance only after approval by the city attorney. And then in Section 8.4, it defines current records as current records are records which for convenience, reference, or other reason are retained in office space and equipment of the department involved. And storage records are records that are not needed, are retained in office space and equipment, and must be or should be prudently preserved for a time or permanently in the facilities of a record center specified in the following section. And then it defines what permanent records are. And there is a record center in the city where all storage records are sent to, and current records are emails that are held on their computer. And the city attorney testified that they destroyed those emails within 6 months, and that there was nothing improper by that. And I would just make you aware that in the future, if you're told by any department that there's no law in that regard, that you be aware of this code section in the Administrative Code.
Thank you.
Robert Clark, the other one. Just to go on a little bit, because what happened is we received a letter from Mr. Young stating that we were requesting that a rehearing be held at the Compliance Committee because we discovered this new information and wanted to present it as evidence to show that the city attorney was lying to the committee when he told them that there was no laws governing the retention of this information. And apparently at your last hearing, you made a vote, and I just want to let you know, we weren't asking for the re-hearing on the order of determination because we were in support of the order of determination, and apparently you voted against the reconsideration because it was 67 days and we only have 10 days. Well, the hearing in front of the Compliance Committee it was like 2 months after the order of determination, so even if that's what we were referring to, it's sort of like a catch-22 situation. There would be no way we could request that within 10 days. But we really were just requesting that the hearing be reheld and us being given an opportunity to present this new information. We recognize that in our particular case that assuming they're telling the truth, the emails are destroyed anyway and we'll never be able to get them. But we do want to, suggest to the task force that in the future, if any commission or the city attorney comes in claiming that they can destroy emails at any time they want to, that this law specifically states otherwise, and because otherwise we're in a situation where people can just blanketly destroy anything. We want you to keep that in mind. And I also just quickly would like to say something about this letter from the Ethics Commission. I noticed that on page 9 they discuss item number 3, how does a city attorney or employee fulfill the obligation to send an authorized representative to a task force meeting, and that the Ethics Commission is suggesting, recommends option 3, which is that they recommend an authorized representative to be anyone who can accurately state the response of that officer. And the problem we had is that in all the hearings we had, they just sent somebody in that all they did was read a letter from the representative. They couldn't answer questions. They couldn't give any information. And so I'm asking on the 27th that one of the members that does go there oppose that recommendation and support option 1, which is to have the person or the authorized representative there. Otherwise, you're going to be back in the same position where nobody's going to be here that can answer your questions. Just read a letter from the department head. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. I just wanted to update you about the efforts that I've made trying to prepare for this compliance meeting, which I guess will take place in December. I wish it could be pushed up, but nonetheless. Okay, I met with Angela Cabillo, the clerk of the board. I explained to her this Arts Commission problem with posting minutes and draft minutes and on. And she asked me, we actually worded it together, to ask Sharon Page Ritchie, the Commission Secretary of the Arts Commission, for an audit of the minutes and the draft minutes. This would be a computer-generated printout, which would be the dates and times when these draft minutes and minutes posted to the website, gives 2 specific time periods, and just wait patiently. What came back is the Arts Commission doesn't do an audit. Then the IT department or the city webmaster said we have nothing to do with the posting of the Arts Commission minutes. So there was a civil grand jury report having to do with websites that I actually went to the presentation of last week, but it was televised, and I just, as someone who works in the street, I didn't want to go on TV and suffer more potential retaliation. So the full commission minutes of September 8th, posted late after the 10-day time period. 2 community art grants meetings of September 9th and August 8th. July 8th, posted after the 10-day time period. The visual arts meeting of September 17th, posted after the 10-day time period. They are updating licensing criteria, and they're doing this through this advisory meetings at the Arts Commission. Since the audio doesn't post online, I asked them for a CD copy of it. And what they said, it's on something called Hightail, but they couldn't get that together, so I couldn't listen to the revised criteria of that September 28th meeting. There were 3 more unanswered IDRs, of course. And the most troubling is what anybody could have foreseen, is that Kate Patterson, the Director of Communications, left on maternity leave for 6 months on July 28th. I sent a test email to her every day from then up until 2 days ago, and it only came back 2 days ago that the new person is Rebecca Krill. On their website, she's still listed as the communications officer.
Thank you for the update.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, having had no public comment on item 1 in violation of the law, you then had an unlawful discussion about the generalized format of minutes and what the rules are with regard to the requirements for minutes and so on, which had nothing to do with the specifics of the agenda item that was before you, namely the specific approval of specific minutes. The comments that I made about the boilerplate that was provided, no comment was made about that. So let's discuss what's not on your agenda, and that is, what is the story on minutes? Since some of you seem to be asking questions and are getting the response from an agency that has repeatedly violated Sunshine itself, an agency that is a violator repeatedly. Section 67.16 does, in fact, tell you what the minutes requirement is, but it's generally understood to be a minimum requirement. The section concerning a brief summary of each person's statement during the public comment period, which is required, was added in a measure that was an update to the Sunshine Ordinance. And the reason was because it was generally understood that the public might be getting shortchanged in some instances. And the 150-word summary, in particular, that was the piece that was added so that people, if they felt that way, could speak in their own words. Your minutes are your document, and it's within your discretion to provide as much or as little information as possible. If you follow Robert's rules, you'll provide basic information about what happened and explanations of what and why. Section 67.31, responsibility for administration, says, the clerk of the Board of Supervisors shall provide a full-time staff person to perform administrative duties for the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and to assist any person in gaining access to public meetings or public information. The clerk of the Board of Supervisors shall provide that staff person with whatever facilities and equipment are necessary to perform said duties. As your chair said, previous minutes of this body were much more informative. So it's within your discretion to determine what you want. I think you should certainly be exemplary and not provide these pseudo minutes, which are just boilerplate again and again and again, and a sorry joke on yourselves and the public.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Task Force members. Richard Nee. A couple of things. First of all, in case some of you don't know it, the Board of Supervisors Rules Committee will tomorrow be considering applicants for seats number 4 and 11 of this task force. That meeting starts at 2 p.m. in room 263, and the task force appointments are the last of the 9 items on the agenda. Want to refer now to the St. Croix memo to the Ethics Commission, September 29. Right off the top, there's a glaring omission here. In the introduction where he talks about issue number 3, how does a city officer or employee fulfill the obligation to send an authorized representative to a task force meeting? He is stating only half of the requirement as listed as described in section 67.21E. And if you read it, the final sentence, an authorized representative of the custodian of the public records requested shall attend any hearing and explain the basis for its decision to withhold the records requested. Now, in previous memoranda on specific cases to the commission, Mr. St. Croix has repeatedly and egregiously omitted that last phrase and explained the basis for its decision to withhold the records requested. He has used that as a vehicle to enable respondents to skate on the 67.21E requirement, and I strongly encourage you to address that when you get back to the Ethics Commission on this.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Chairs Washburn, task force members. My name is Jesse Minardi. I am the Deputy Executive Director of the San Francisco Ethics Commission, and I wanted to take a few minutes today during public comment just to draw your attention to this memo that we prepared and we provided to you. I understand was provided to you last night. We want to just highlight and reiterate what is the purpose of this memo and sort of what we're trying to do. This is both at the direction of the Commission as well as the staff. The goal of this memo is to facilitate a discussion by the Commission, by our Commission, about its policies with respect to the referrals that ultimately come from this task force, and address in particular three of the procedural issues that have come up or have arisen over the course of the past 6 months. The goal is to have a meaningful discussion, and this memo is designed to facilitate that discussion so that in the future and going forward, there are clear policies from our commission that are communicated to you, to respondents, to complainants, to staff, as to how to deal with these procedural issues. For example, if you've read it, things like correct respondents, violations, responsibility of department heads, the knowledgeable representative issue. And so that more time going forward is spent on the underlying substance of the issue and less is spent on these sort of more technical procedural issues that are nevertheless sort of tripping us up. And so we wanted to just highlight that, communicate to you sort of what the goal is here. We're open to comment on this from everyone and anyone. And, we just wanted to thank you for your time. So just wanted to let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there additional public comment?
Patrick Minetsaw. I'm not sure if I mentioned this to you. I had placed a public records request with both the clerk of the board and with the city attorney's office to try and hunt down the budget for supporting the task force. Ms. Cavillo replied promptly with dollar amounts. Sadly, the city attorney's office has not. They at first provided retroactive expenditures from previous years that I had asked for, but not actual budgeted dollars. When I circled back with them and said, I did not ask for an historical accounting of invoices, I asked for the budget. They then turned around and provided only part of the equation by providing the budgeted hours for a deputy city attorney to provide advice to you during your meetings and in preparing the memos analyzing each complaint. I think this body needs to firmly push the city attorney's office. I've repeatedly emailed them on this issue. I'm at the end of my rope, and you will be seeing a sunshine complaint from me against the city attorney's office on this issue. But it's sad that they have previously cut support to this task force when Jerry Threet was the DCA. They've now done it again with DCA COLA. And I think the task force needs to seriously push Dennis Herrera into increasing support. After all, from what I can tell, your budgeted support hovers between $200,000 and $300,000 or less, whereas the Ethics Commission is $2.5 million. There's a huge disparity here between what the city hands you as a budget that you have to get along with on a shoestring. And I think you need to start advocating for more resources, including having your meetings televised. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm a little troubled by you allowing public comment on matters that was on your agenda tonight. Item 2 was on your agenda regarding the St. Croix memorandum, but you continued it. Shaking your head. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'll continue my discussion anyway. He was speaking on item 2 on a matter that was continued, I believe, and it's my understanding that public comment is limited only to matters that aren't on your agenda. So if what I'm saying is logical, then I suggest that you limit public comment to matters not on your agenda. Secondly, I would urge any task force members to attend the Rules Committee tomorrow and support the reseating of Task Force Member Oka. Task Force Member Oka is an excellent task force member, and I think he's a great addition to the task force. So if any members are available, I urge you to come out and support him. I unfortunately have another commitment. I'm not available, but I urge you, if you are, to come out and support Task Force Member Oka for reappointment. Thank you.
I would urge members of the public to not speak when other members of the public are speaking or when we're speaking. Thank you. Member Pilpel?
Yeah, just to follow up on 2 items very briefly. The public binder that's out there has the 2010-11 Good Government Guide. Victor, can we change that out with the new Good Government Guide and also send a link to that new government guide to members of the task force? I haven't gotten through all of it, but the stuff that I have looked at is actually quite different from the previous version, and it's kind of interesting and important. And as to Mr. Minardi's comments, I was going to ask under item 10 that we schedule the discussion of the Ethics Commission memo on referrals for our next meeting, which unfortunately is October 28th after the Ethics Commission. So I hope they won't take final action at their meeting on the 27th, but I do think that we should have real discussion about the substance of the memo, not related to Mayanki, but related to the process for handling referrals, and that we should do that at our next meeting.
I believe there was a suggestion that we possibly hear this matter at compliance and amendments. Granted, it's only a committee, but other members could attend. I personally would be in favor of asking the Ethics Commission to continue the item until after we've had a chance to review this, digest it, discuss it amongst ourselves, hear from members of the public. So, but we'll get to that later in the meeting.
That's fine. Happy to talk about it then.
Member David?
Yeah, if I understood the gentleman who was here from Ethics, that he portrayed this as the beginning of a conversation, this memo. So I think that it doesn't seem to me that we're in danger of the ethics acting on it on the 27th, that if it's truly the beginning of a conversation, that was what his public testimony was.
Okay, Vice Chair Hyland?
And so I think on that note, I think we should accept the Ethics Commission's invitation to conversation, ask them not to rule on this on the 27th, and keep a future date open.
If I could, for convenience, could you?
Mr. Maynardi.
I'm sorry, Moriarty?
Maynardi, yeah.
Maynardi.
Yeah. Thank you. I do think the intention is actually to get guidance on the 27th. However, that's it's ultimately not my decision to make. I can certainly, we can listen to the minutes, et cetera, of this meeting and convey whatever is the sentiment of this body, certainly to the chair and to the executive director. But I think the intention was ultimately to have a meeting on the 27th where there would be discussion and certainly direction given to staff so that regulations would then ultimately be drafted and enacted at a subsequent meeting. But there would be determinations made there.
Vice Chair Hyland?
Mr. Maynardi, then would you consider this then a request to push that back a month, that discussion, just to give us a chance to weigh in on this memo? I mean,
sure.
We can write a letter if you like.
Sure,
we might do that as well. But
I mean, if you wish, that's fine. But I'm happy to convey that request to both our chair and the director.
So the issue is, first of all, we haven't had chance to read it, to discuss it, to get public comment on it. Furthermore, neither Vice Chair Hyland nor I will be in town on October 27th. We are traveling for our work. So that presents a problem. And since this is regarding clearing up issues, I think it's important to have this be a dialogue and have us be fully prepared so that we can be helpful.
When is your next meeting in November?
It's always the fourth Monday.
Okay.
So I forget what day that is exactly.
20-something. Okay.
Yeah. No, I'll certainly convey that. I'll certainly convey that message. The one thing I would note is we have a pretty full docket. We're in the middle of election right now. We want to be sensitive, obviously, to these other considerations, but we're responding to civil grand jury report, those sorts of things. So we have a lot of things on our list, but like I said, I will definitely convey the message. So thank you.
Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Wolf?
Just a quick question to
Maynardi.
Through the chair. The 24th is the fourth Monday in November, and the 27th is Thanksgiving. So I'm just wondering whether he anticipates them actually meeting that.
I do anticipate that we'll meet, but ultimately that has to be scheduled by the chair and the executive director. But I, as far as I know, yes, I think we're going to meet on the 24th.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? All right. Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda, please?
We have called item number 5, file number 14063. We have determined that we do have jurisdiction and we can move on to the hearing portion of this complaint.
On item 5B. That's where we are.
Yes. So at this time, we'll hear first from the complainant, Mr. Piccirillo, and you'll have 5 minutes to present your side of this issue.
Thank you. Good evening, task force members. I reviewed the city attorney's memo, and I want to thank Mr. Cola for correcting my typo in my original complaint. I typed 6737, but I meant 6734. So what I'm alleging in this complaint is a willful failure to discharge under the Sunshine Ordinance shall be considered official misconduct. My allegations were against all 5 members of the Budget and Finance Committee, and it was based on the previous order of determination the year before. Most of you, some of you may recall the issues that were presented at that time by Mr. Chafee regarding the Budget and Finance public comment period or lack thereof. And there was an order of determination. It's in your packet. It is unfortunate that the order of determination wasn't more specific as to the violations by the Budget and Finance Committee. But what the Budget and Finance Committee did at that time, and they did the same thing this year, was they bundled their agenda items regarding city departments. As you know, there's over 50 or 60 city departments, and on their agenda, they'll allow public comment for 3 minutes or less on 20 city departments. And so the wisdom of the previous task force found that there was a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance, and it's in your packet. And hopefully you have reviewed it, because my allegations are willful misconduct for violating that order of determination. I disagree with Task Force Member Pipel that the appearance by Supervisor Farrell's aide is sufficient regarding appearances by the parties that I allege against. Official misconduct is individual conduct. I didn't allege the Budget and Finance Committee violated 6734. I was very specific in 5 supervisors violating that section. And I mentioned the 5 supervisors because they were the same 5 supervisors that violated the Sunshine Ordinance in 2013. Since the order of determination, Chairperson Farrell's aide, I attended, I think, one education committee regarding how they were going to comply in 2014, this year's budget and finance. And basically her position was twofold, I think, and she can speak for herself when it's her time. That tradition, this is how we do it at City Hall, tradition. Traditionally, we allow public comment the last week, 120 seconds, to discuss 50 city departments and $8 billion. Traditionally, that's how we've done it. And again, you found that was not in compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance. And the second reason she gave at the Education Committee was that she got legal advice that what they did was proper. So I guess the city attorney advised them that your order of determination was not valid. Well, the order of determination came from you, and you should make the determination as to whether or not the Budget and Finance Committee in 2014 acted in compliance with your order of determination of 2013. One other note, Deputy Cola mentions Chafee, San Francisco Library Commission, as authority, presumably that would justify the Budget and Finance Committee doing what they do, but I don't think that's an applicable case, because Chafee, as you see on page 95, dealt with a continuance on a single agenda item. What we're talking about are, again, 50 or 60 city departments and the public being allowed to comment 120 seconds. That is not adequate public comment. If Supervisor Farrell wants to hear public comment other than Walter singing, he needs to allow the public to comment after every department that's being discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant?
Yes, I am. I'm William Clark. I have a video here which I'd like to show you if possible. I don't know if you have the apparatus to do that, but it's about a 15, 20-second video showing you what the public has to go through in order to do public comment on the Budget Committee. So if I can do it, I'll do that. But while I'm doing, I'd like to just mention to you that this video is from 2010. what happens at the Budget Committee is they schedule hearings for each department, and then they don't allow public comment at those meetings, and then they schedule a specific day, several days later, where everybody who wants to talk on any department has to go to City Hall and wait through hundreds of individuals before they get an opportunity to speak. And in 2010 was the first time they did that. And when I went down there to speak under the public comment, the entire room was filled. There was lines all the way around the building, which is what this video shows. And I was at the end of the line, and I was told that I would not be able to probably give any public comment until midnight, and that if I was lucky, I was going to be allowed to be given 1 minute. And as a result of that, I left, and I just couldn't wait for that, and I thought it was ridiculous. And since that time, I haven't attended the Budget and Finance Committee meetings on the Art Commission's budget because I'm not being given an opportunity to speak at that hearing, and then I have to wait another day or two and attend a meeting where thousands of people, hundreds of people are waiting to publicly speak, and I don't even feel like I'm given that opportunity. But if you have video equipment, I would like to show you this if possible.
I don't think we have the wherewithal to do it.
Okay, can I give you this video and have it entered into?
Sure.
And then on this, I made, I taped 4 times the same tape, so it's repeated 4 different times. But it shows hundreds of people. The entire supervisor's chambers is completely filled with people waiting to do public comment on the budget. Nobody was allowed into it, and it shows a line starting from the supervisor's chambers halfway around the floor, and the line was 4 people thick, and it was just, the line was all the way to the end, and we didn't even know whether we'd get a chance to speak before midnight. So I'd just like to enter that in support of the fact that I don't think the way the Budget Committee is conducting public hearing, public testimony on that is very conducive to the public giving their testimony.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment or additional facts and evidence in support of the
Yes,
complainant?
Robert Clark, the other one. There is a VCR right here, I believe. I don't know if that's hooked up or not, but that is a VCR right there. If it is hooked up, we could put it on for you. I just want to emphasize also as a member of the public, in years past for the street artist budget, we had separate hearings in front of the Budget Committee. But in 2010, when this new policy began, they lumped the street artist budget in with all the general fund budget. And we did find that we had to go to City Hall, and the day we did go, we attempted to do public comment, but they told us we couldn't, and we did have to come back, and it was horrible. If you show this, it was inhumane for what the public that has to go through in order to even make a comment, and it's like at midnight, 10 o'clock. I don't know how many supervisors from the Budget Committee are even there because I just couldn't wait that long. We had to leave. But I think the whole method should be broken down where, because otherwise the committee talks and says whatever they want to say, and then by the time the public gets to talk about it, they're just shuffling them through one by one. Here's a minute, here's a minute. I don't even know if the supervisors even know what the people are talking about or what they're relating to, because it's like pushing cattle through to the slaughter. And I just, if he can get the VCR working, I just want to emphasize it. It was inhumane, and I don't think it's fair to the public the way the public comment is being conducted.
Thank you. Are we able to get the
Aren't we on the part where we're supposed to speak in support of the complainant?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I was there at the hearing where Chafee won, and it was a big hearing for him because for 10 years he was not allowed to file a complaint in front of the task force. And when he came, he argued it really well. He just said that public comment should really come after the agenda item, and Member Highland said public comment should be the way it fell, and that's the way it happened. So I'm in support of this motion because I don't know if there was a violation or anything, but the people aren't here to defend themselves, and that kind of speaks volumes. Okay.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Or, additional facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Are we able to see the video?
I have not been able to figure out this setup at this time. Maybe towards the end of the meeting, I'll be able to.
Could we call media services and hear from the respondent, and then maybe?
I would just suggest that in the future that all parties present any media to me prior to the meeting so that I can be sure that things work. I will try to get it to work before the end of the meeting.
Okay. All right.
Thanks.
And now at this time, the respondents have. You could identify yourself, and you have 5 minutes to respond to.
Good evening, Chair Washburn, members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Committee. My name is Catherine Stephanie. I'm a legislative aide to Supervisor Mark Farrell, who was chair of the Budget and Finance Committee this past year and the year before. I trust that you've seen the briefing that we submitted. I really have nothing further to add. I just want to address what I understand to be the complaint, that there was a failure to provide adequate opportunity for public comment prior to taking final actions at the Budget and Finance Committee meeting on June 16th, 2014. The Budget and Finance Committee took final action on 3 items on June 16th, items 12, 13, and 14, and public comment was heard on all of those items. The rest of the items, items 1 through 11, were part of the annual salary ordinance and the budget. Clearly, on the agenda, we listed opportunities for public comment. When public comment would be heard, and we also implemented a new strategy to hear public comment so that people could comment 24/7 and that the members of the Budget and Finance Committee would hear their public comment if they weren't able to attend or wait in line or anything like that on the day we held public comment. This year, after appearing in front of the Educational and Outreach Committee approximately, I believe, 2 times, and speaking with Mr. Pilpel here and there over the course of a few weeks, although we didn't come to agreement on everything that the Education and Outreach Committee wanted us to do, we did implement a website where people could submit public comment on the entire budget, and that was on every agenda where the budget was listed. In addition, this year in May, we had 4 enterprise departments, SFMTA, PUC, SFO, the Port, and 3 other departments, Library, Retirement, and Child Services, where we took public comment on all those departments. We did not wait for one day because we felt at that time it was sustainable and feasible to do it in the May hearings. We consulted with the City Attorney's Office, who told us that we were in compliance. We tried to do more based on what we could do, and we informed the Education and Outreach Committee through appearances and through Mr. Pilpel as to what we had decided to do. I don't believe I have anything further to add.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to Is there another respondent? Mr. Ng?
Hi, Wilson Ng, Records Manager for the Office of the Clerk of the Board. Here to speak in support of Ms. Catherine Stefani. Just as a preliminary matter, I was actually the respondent for complaint number 13035 between Chafee and the Budget Committee. I was the initial person that showed up to present the facts to speak on behalf of the Budget Committee. And at that time, that was back in December of 2013. And the task force at the time did move to find violation, and then finally referred the matter to the EOT for discussions with the Budget and Finance Committee chair, at which point in time, Catherine started working with the EOT on the matter. And then at the April 14th EOT meeting, Catherine had presented the schedule for the Budget and Finance Committee hearings and plans to involve the public in the budget process. And she presented the public comment plan for engaging the public and provided additional channels for public comment submission that was not available previously in the previous year. That being public comment submission through the budget website, sfbos.org/budget. And that website was accessible 24/7. Now, at the conclusion of that meeting, after outlining that plan, the EOT moved to continue the matter to the call of the chair, with follow-up to occur at the conclusion of the budget hearings. And that was verbatim from the minutes. And I've been following this matter and just on the sidelines since. So with that said, I mean, from an observer's point of view, and considering that the revised public comment procedures were also outlined, very clearly detailed in the new agenda for this year, I don't find any reason to find any willful violation, because the Budget and Finance Committee has been more than compliant in working with the EOT committee to make revisions and streamline the process moving forward. So that's my spiel.
Thank you. Is there another respondent here to speak to this matter? Is there anyone to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Okay, seeing none, the matter is now with the task force. Member David?
Yep, so I start with a kind of a question to us as a board, and maybe to Mr. Piccarello also, that, I'm a little bit confused about the complaint being, like Mr. Piccarello went to great lengths to say that the complaint is being filed against individual supervisors, but the complaint is clearly about the Budget and Finance Committee. So I need to know, maybe from DCA Kohler or from Victor, from someone, at the end of the day, who is responsible for the public comment policy? Is it created by the president of the head of the Budget Committee, or is it voted on by the Budget Committee as a whole?
It is my understanding that the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee makes that determination.
Okay, so just for general housekeeping, I do not see why any of the supervisors besides Supervisor Farrell are named in this case, if that is what there is that if the complaint at the end of the day is about the way public comment is being held, it seems to me that the only person who should be responding is Supervisor Farrell. And I don't think that the legal arguments around, well, I specifically said individual supervisors, somehow gets around the fact that this is about the Budget and Finance Committee. So, I would the first thing I would like to do is narrow the scope of this case if the committee agrees, and dismiss the other supervisors from this, and concentrate on Supervisor Farrell's role as the head of the Budget Committee. That's my thought.
DCA Cola, could you help us out here?
Regarding the
named
budget.
respondents, yes.
I think that might be something you'd have to, it's a question we might want to direct towards a respondent to determine who actually sets their policy, or whether it's something that the committee votes on as a whole, and then whoever plays that role really could be named as a respondent. Also, the complainant really he can make his argument as to who he thinks should be named as a respondent. And we can ask him why he thinks each individual supervisor should be held there as well.
All right, Member Wolf.
At this particular moment where we're at, each of the 5 supervisors listed at that time in the Budget Finance Committee were identified as respondents, and at this point are still 5 respondents that were notified to attend this hearing, correct?
All respondents were notified of the complaint. I believe that Mr. Ng may be able to shed some light on that, on how they were notified. But I did notify each supervisor of today's meeting via email.
And did you hear back from, I don't see any response other than from Supervisor Farrell. Did you hear back about their planned attendance from the other members of the...
I believe we, Mr. Ng, as the custodian of records, referred the matter to all of the supervisors, and he consolidated the response into one letter. But I'll let him speak on that matter.
Great. Thanks.
Okay. So the letter that you guys have within your agenda packets, the response to the complainant that was signed off by Supervisor Farrell, that is actually a collaborative response between all members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Supervisors Farrell, Marr, Avalos, Weiner, and Breed. The initial draft was initiated by Supervisor Farrell's office with no additional comments from Marr, Avalos, Weiner, or Breed, because they didn't have any additional comments to add. But they did see the draft, and they all consented to the response prior to Supervisor Farrell's signature and submission.
So,
thank you. Member Pilpel.
Just to follow up on that, and then I'll take my turn appropriately. I'm really troubled by the language that Wilson just used. If, in fact, 5 members of a committee reviewed a letter and concurred on it, that sounds like an action that should have been taken in a public meeting. So that troubles me.
Sorry, go ahead.
That is sort of what you just said.
This was conducted via email.
Seriatim meeting via email. Okay.
No, not a meeting via email. This was a draft that was sent via email.
Not the definition. So I don't think you're helping right now.
Okay.
Victor, can we go to page 106 of the packet? You just indicated that all 5 respondents were notified. If page 106 is the notice of the meeting, I only see Supervisor Farrell on here.
They were notified via a separate email.
And why is that not in the packet?
I do not have the explanation at this time.
Okay.
They were notified of this meeting.
All right. Anyway, we need to get that stuff handled. I'll take my turn in the queue.
I have a question for members who were present for the Chafee matter. There were 5 of us, and 4 of the 5 of us there were 6 of us, actually. And 5 of the 6 of us voted to find a violation. And I'm trying to remember the particulars because the order of determination doesn't really have any details. Didn't we find a violation because members of the public were given such a short amount of time to speak? It was like a minute to speak to the whole entire city budget. Am I remembering that correctly, Member Pilpel?
So to respond to that, my recollection is that the main reason we found a violation was that the trailer legislation, the legislation and changing fees and fiscal policies that goes along with the budget, was not heard, was all packaged and public comment was taken on that along with the rest of the budget on a separate day from when that legislation was considered at the committee. No action was taken the first day or the day that public comment was taken. Action was taken at a subsequent meeting, but that public comment opportunity was disconnected from when the department head and the budget analyst and the supervisors actually discussed the issue. And that was my sense of why we found a violation there.
Other members, what is Member David?
No, I concur. I was the one no vote, but I do concur that was the basic rationale for finding the violation. I think there was also some discomfort with the the waiting around the corner to give public comment, and then you only got a minute or 2 minutes. But I think the main thing was that this trailer legislation that Member Pilpel was referring to was not that was the concern, that public comment was not given about that or something. And like I said, I just for the record, I was the dissenting vote for this, but that is my recollection as to what the reasoning was at the time.
So, if I could,
Member Pilpel,
if I could, on the substance of this complaint, a couple of things. The meeting that was complained of was the June 16th meeting of the Budget Committee. Mr. Piccarello, you're nodding, yes?
That's not true. If you read my complaint, it said from that date forward. My complaint speaks for itself if you look at your packet. I didn't say that one specific date. I said the whole process. And that is having the public, have the public speak for 2 minutes one day rather than speaking through the entire process, the final 2 weeks, when the numbers are actually presented to the public regarding city departments and city agencies.
I understand that. I'm actually looking at page 101. The email with your complaint referred to the date of June 16th.
And it says "and continuing," does it not?
No, it does not.
Well, then we have two items in your packet that say conflicting things. So let me look at the packet. All right.
Nick, were you saying so?
Page 101 on the packet where it says meeting date, it says 6/16/14 and continuing.
I'm sorry, you're correct. I was looking below that. It says there's a date. Okay. As to the June 16th meeting, and thank you to Ms. Stephanie and Mr. Ng for providing, that appears to be a special meeting, not a regular meeting. So for the analysis, it's not 67.15a, it's 67.15b, and the last sentence of 54954.3a that refers to special meetings. And the language there is every agenda for special meetings at which action is proposed to be taken on an item shall provide an opportunity for each member of the public to directly address the body concerning that item prior to action thereupon. And the language in the Brown Act is similar. Different, but similar. It appears from the minutes of the June 16th meeting that that there were a few items at which final action was taken to recommend or file, but the other items involved recessing the meeting to a subsequent date, June 18th, or continuing items to June 20th for that public hearing. The question in my mind is whether an action to recess a meeting or continue an item is taking action on an item. I tend to think that it is taking action on an item. It may not be taking final action or substantive action, but it is doing something legislatively to an item that's been scheduled at a meeting. And so I'm tending to think that there's a violation of 67.15b and that last sentence of the Brown Act because there was no opportunity for a member of the public to directly address the body concerning those items prior to action thereupon. I'm not speaking to the broader issues of how the budget process works, the improvements to the website, the May process, but I continue to be troubled, and I don't think that this is good practice or consistent with the law to hear an item in committee, discuss it amongst the members and with city staff, not take public comment on that day, take public comment on a second day, and not take action on the item until a third day. I think I'm not sure if disruptive is the word, but it doesn't, I'm not, disjointed. It was one of those dis words. I'll go with disjointed. And I don't think that process lends itself to good decision making. If we were to do the same thing here, we'd get lots of objections about it being a goofy process. For lack of a better term, I think it's a goofy process. And so I'm leaning towards finding violations in the way that I've suggested. I'm not yet sure who the proper respondent is, whether it's just Supervisor Farrell or all of the members. I think frankly, there's a danger either way. If you just hold the chair responsible for the actions of a body, then the other members are sort of off the hook, for anybody. But if you hold all the members responsible when it's really just the chair who's making process determinations, then there are problems there. So there are problems either way, but I am, again, leaning towards finding a violation. I'd like to hear more discussion, but that's sort of my detailed analysis. Thanks.
Vice Chair, Member David, Vice Chair Hyland, then Member Wolf.
So I guess I'm a little bit confused by Member Pilpel's comments. One is that are you saying that you think that there should be a violation because there was not public comment on the call for continuation? Is that one of the examples? I just want to, was that what you're saying, that because they moved to continue the item and didn't ask for public comment, that you feel that is one of the examples of a violation?
Yeah, normally when public comment is opened, it's on the entire item, whether it's to amend it, pass it, recommend it, continue it, file it, table it.
Okay, no,
and there was no opportunity for public comment.
So I have to say that I do feel that that's getting a little bit away from like the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish here, especially when it comes to around the budget process, which is a gigantic, unruly process. Like, I don't think if we were starting over today and we could write a process that, knowing all the knowledge that we have now, all the historical knowledge that we have with budget, like it is going to be an imperfect process when it comes to dealing with public comment, just by its nature. And that, we can sit here and say, like, I think to a certain extent we have to say, like, what is a reasonable best effort that can be made by the budget committee? Because just these meetings, it's not one meeting. It's months of meetings. And then, kind of recommendations made to the full board, and then an evening of till 3 o'clock in the morning of a vote. I mean, that is very practically what it is. And so I think that if we wanted to have a conversation around making sure that the substance of what the budget committee is talking about and making sure that public comment can get in there for that, I'm all for having that conversation. If we're going to get nitpicky and have a conversation about, well, there was a call for recess and that is a technical violation of the budget committee, I don't feel like that is worth the time and effort of what we can try to add to the budget, to shedding light and public comment on the budget process. And I also think that we need to be very, very clear that we're not letting any member of the Board of Supervisors off the hook by, if we just, bring the case against one person. Like, we need to know process-wise who's responsible for setting the rules. And that if each committee, the chair is responsible. Because by the argument, if you want to extend the argument, why isn't David Chu named? He's the president of the Board of Supervisors, so he should ultimately be responsible for what the budget committee decides. The whole, or all 11 should. So I just want to say that I think that we should, those are my comments.
Vice Chair Hyland.
this is an issue that we discussed at the EOTC, and I think, the whole budget process is something that I get the impression that City Hall feels is outside of Sunshine. And I think that's something we need to correct. And I think we need to get these complaints on the record. We need to get these orders of determination with violations on the record. As far as who the respondent should be, I think they should be those that are named in the complaint. Who knows if one of the other supervisors on the committee will be chair next year. I think it should be on the record. They have adequate Sunshine training. They know that public comment is required. So I think we should proceed as the complaint was laid out. And I would be in favor of supporting a motion to find violation.
Member Wolf.
Mr. Picarello, can I ask you a quick question? Now, were you there on I guess it was the 20th was the date where the public comment process was held? Were you there that day?
No, I don't think I attended because of the limited amount of being able to speak on all the agenda items that were. In other words, they listed 60 departments and then gave you 120 seconds. I didn't see me contributing in any way in that discussion.
Okay, I have a question for how this process worked, and I guess you're not well suited to answer it. Were either of the city representatives there on the 20th meeting that can speak to how the process went?
City representatives?
The two respondents who are here.
Mr. Member Wolf, maybe you can state your question, and we can bring up the appropriate person to answer the question.
Sure. My question is whether so we have the agenda for the 16th, and there's all these agenda items in a certain row, and they all say that they're going to have the public comment portion on the Friday. And then if you look at the Friday agenda, you have this list of order for these agenda items. And then when you look at the process, it looks like anyone that wants to speak on any of those items is brought up in whatever order they happen to be in, almost like it was church doing an offering, like row by row by row. And I'm just trying to get a clear answer as to whether the public comment was heard agenda item by agenda item or in mass, person by person through.
They were all read into the record, and we took public comment on all the items at the same time.
Yes.
That's not what the minutes reflect.
You have public comment on all those items on the agenda. You don't get to speak on each agenda item. You get 120 seconds on all the items that are set on the agenda. That's why there was the initial order of determination and the same.
Thank you, Mr. Picarello. I got what I needed from.
Sorry?
My question was how this process worked.
Yeah, and it would have been helpful if the other four respondents would have showed up. They could have explained how the process worked and whether or not there was any communications between them and the Chairman Farrell.
I'm about to get to that, sir.
Oh, okay.
I do think that there's some problems with this process where we've established that the case law has established that that the public comment is attached to the agenda item. And I think that there would be some merit to doing this process if they went through item by item and continued that same process. But at the point that you combine all of these agenda items into one massive public comment session seems to break if not the actual letter of the law, at least the spirit of the law. In regards to the respondents, I feel that for one thing, once they were named as respondents, it became their responsibility to make a case that they shouldn't be respondents, whether it's because it's the chair who has the ultimate responsibility or whatever reason they might have wanted to put forward. They did not do so, so I think they should continue to be respondents. And furthermore, to the extent that each of them signed off on a letter written by the chair, I think at that point they took on the shared responsibility of the chair's decision and should furthermore remain respondents to the claim.
Thank you. Other members? Member Pilpil.
A couple of things. I just want to be clear. There were 14 items on the agenda. It appears that the first 11 items were grouped and heard at the same time. The public comment on items 12, 13, and 14 appear to have been handled separately, and actually public comment, it appears, was taken on those last 3 items. I think I'm looking perhaps at a more narrow. Victor, does that track?
My apologies, I was distracted.
Okay.
Can you restate the question?
For the last 3 items on that agenda, page 127 of the packet, it appears that they were heard separately and that there was public comment taken on those 3 items. And there is no similar note on the agenda that the public comment would be heard on a separate day.
You're asking for my analysis of a Budget and Finance Committee agenda. I do not.
No, the minutes.
The minutes of the Budget and Finance Committee.
Yeah.
As I do not want to represent myself as an expert on this issue, but it does seem that the last 3 items were heard.
Okay.
Public comment was taken on those items, and action was taken on those items on that day.
So I think I'm good with those 3 items. I want to perhaps limit a violation if we find one here. I'm looking at the beginning of the agenda, items 1 through 4, and I'm finding items 3 and 4 to be like the same. Oh, one's the interim and one's the final. Okay, that's the difference. All right. Even if items 1 through 4 covering the budget and the salary ordinance, if public comment is taken on a separate day, and that's kind of a different matter, I'm still focused on items 5 through 11 of that agenda. It appears to me that hearing those items separately and just taking public comment at that time at the June 16th meeting would have been in compliance with the ordinance and the Brown Act, would not have taken any more time, and would have just gotten the job done. As you see on the last 3 items, 12, 13, and 14, those hearings were held. It looks like they were pretty quick items, and they were disposed of. So is now the time to make a motion?
Now we have to hear.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'm leaning towards a motion on those items in the middle, items 5 through 11.
So at this time, the respondents have 3 minutes to offer a rebuttal.
So, without getting into the analysis of the agenda, the reason why I'm here is to speak because I was here for complaint number 13035, Chafee versus Budget Committee, and the exact same discussion happened, exact same thing, same questions that you brought up, Member Wolf, but with the previous task force. Now, and I can tell you that it was basically the same thing, with the exception that additional public comment opportunity was offered through an online portal for around the clock, 24/7. Now, for the previous order of determination, after that happened, it got referred to EOT, Educational Outreach and Training Committee, because you guys were supposed to find a solution and an alternative rather than identify the problems. And if you could recall from that conversation, that it's easy to point out the issues. However, we also did express the time constraints, the logistical concerns, and we were actually reaching out to the Education Outreach and Training Committee for a solution. And understandably, most of you guys are swaying towards a violation, and that's completely fine. However, I do want to reiterate that this is the exact same thing that the previous complaint was, and you guys, we're going to basically find ourselves in the same dilemma unless a solution is offered, or at least recommendations are provided. Otherwise, it's just going to be a circular argument with different members of the task force, and that's my comment.
Thank you. Okay. All right, okay. At this time, the complainant has 3 minutes.
Well, the gentleman just spoke is not a respondent, so I don't know why he's speaking. But nevertheless, look, there was an order of determination you made, and bottom line is the Budget and Finance Committee disregarded your order of determination. Tradition and some legal advice, they didn't show you the memorandum that gave them the advice that said that what they did this year was in compliance with the 2013 order of determination. You just said that, make that statement. One other matter you're overlooking, though, is after the public comment on the 16th, then there was a whole week, 3 or 4 days of further discussions on the budget. The public was not allowed to discuss or give public comment because the week before, Chairman Farrell and the other 4 supervisors precluded. That was your only day to speak. You had 120 seconds to talk on these city departments and this $8 billion, but three days next week we're going to talk about it, but you're not going to be allowed to speak. The supervisors don't like this public comment for 120 seconds. Stakeholders don't like this political theater, and neither does the general public. So why have it? Why continue this? There's no logical good reason to have 120 seconds to speak on $8 billion. Just eliminate it. When a city department is presenting their budget, then allow the public to speak on that. Each department, we should be allowed to speak about their budget and how the money is going to be spent. Sure, it's not convenient, and it's a huge task. Unfortunately, we have a Sunshine Ordinance and there's a Brown Act that says the public gets to speak when there's public meetings, whether it's the budget or it's the Animal Control Commission. We should be allowed to speak. So, either you, and don't forget, I'm alleging 6734, official willful misconduct. That's why I included all 5. It's not to Chairman Farrell. And had the respondents showed up, as they should have, they could have explained to you whether they were, outvoted or didn't have any authority or disagreed with Chairman Farrell's process this year because you had an order of determination a year before and said you can't do that anymore. They didn't show up. So at minimum, you should find a violation of them for not showing up. If they were notified of this hearing and they didn't show up, then you need to find. There's a sunshine section. I don't have it memorized, but you do. You should. You find they violated that section for not showing up today to explain themselves as to why they weren't willful in continuing the process that you found was in violation. Thank you.
Thank you. The matter is now with the task force. Vice Chair Hyland.
I think Mr. Pickerel is referring to 6721E, failure to provide a knowledgeable representative.
Member David and then Member Pilpel.
Just for the record, I just want to state that we found a violation against Supervisor Farrell previously. We did not find a violation against the other supervisors. So when Mr. Piccarello says that we found a violation against the other supervisors in the past, the only supervisor that we as the task force found a violation against on this issue was Supervisor Farrell.
Through the chair.
Yes, Member Hepner.
So I am sensitive to the fact that this is bears many similarities to this previous complaint, and that it was referred to the EOT, and I'm wondering if Member Pilpel has any guidance as to progress that's been made in EOT, and whether EOT, in their meeting following this contentious budget committee hearing, what happened at that EOT meeting? Can you shed some light on that?
Member Pilpel.
Sure, very briefly. As Ms. Stephanie indicated, their office suggested a couple of things that they could do to broaden public input, and they did those things. I suggested some other things that could be done. They generally did not do those things. I would say that there was some progress, albeit minor, this year in terms of the actual oral public comment at meetings. And I think that's perhaps why we're seeing this complaint, is that they've gone some distance, but not as far as some of us would like in terms of making the process genuine, meaningful.
To that end, then I was wary of finding any violation on the basis that we did not recommend or find or help them find a solution. But to the extent that you're not satisfied with the progress that's been made either, and it's not because of our failure to provide suggestion, then perhaps that says it all.
Chair Washburn, please.
Member David.
So I was at those EOTC meetings, and I don't recall us making any substantive suggestions. You individually might have, Member Pilpel, but as a committee, there was no. I don't recall us voting on something and saying we recommend this or we recommend that.
I'm sorry, you're right. I suggested some things. I thought there was general agreement from the committee that those were things worth considering, and Ms. Stephanie indicated that they would consider those things and get back. But
I distinctly remember a conversation with Ms. Stephanie at the the Education and Outreach Committee was in dialogue with Ms. Stephanie, where she was asking us, okay, you guys have defined the problem. Do you have, I'm looking for suggestions to correct it. And we kind of punted as a committee saying like, okay, we'll think about it. And like I said, I think that you as an individual and maybe even representing the EOTC committee might have had conversations with Ms. Stephanie, but we as a committee never voted, never went back and said, here is what we as a committee recommend. I just want to be like, does anyone here remember?
Vice Chair Hyland, what is your recollection?
So my recollection is Member Pilpel, in his former capacity as chair of the EOTC, was working with Ms. Stephanie on this topic. We heard it again. I think it was back in, looking at the minutes here, September 8th, and at that point I was taking over as the chair. And I think the action we took was to continue to the call of the chair and have Member Pilpel continue to work with Ms. Stephanie on some of the additional improvements, resolutions that we discussed at that meeting. And my understanding is that we would bring that back and then vote on it as a group. So it's a work still in progress, to answer Member Hepner's question. It is a tough one. It might be the most important thing we do in this task force. I mean, the budget process is arguably the most important thing that goes on at City Hall year in, year out. I don't think as a task force we've scratched it. We're now starting to. So I think it's important that we, even though we are working on this with, one representative, I think it's correct that the members of the public bring these complaints. It might be an accumulation process to get enough momentum going to really have that committee take us seriously. So I think I would support any motions for violations here and future ones, with the understanding that it's incumbent upon us to find a solution and keep working with the representatives that are here and perhaps other ones that should be here. Hopefully that gives you a good overview of where I think this might be going.
It does. Thank you.
So at this time, is there a motion to find a violation in this case?
There is.
Member Pilpel.
I will so move, and I want to be real clear on this. It's to find a violation of 67.15B and 54954.3A.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. 67.15B and the Brown Act 54954.3A. For failure to take public comment on items 5 to 10 at the June 16th, 2014 meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee. And to make further clear that I just wanted to limit it to Supervisor Farrell. And the request is for the Budget and Finance Committee to discuss and approve a public comment process next spring prior to May 1, 2015, so that it's not just discussed here and discussed there and decided by the chair, but that there is actually a hearing on it and that they decide that in public and that we refer this matter to EOT for further discussions. I hope I've made it narrow and clear.
DCA Cola?
Just to make sure that this, whatever order of determination may come from this, is more clear than 13035. Are you saying that you want this violation to be for discussing these agenda items during that meeting, but then not taking public comment at that same
It's
session?
for failure to take public comment on those items at that meeting.
At that session, right?
Right, at that meeting, yes. At that.
Well, a meeting can be continued, so you should say session if that's the case.
Okay, sorry.
Or even more precisely, through the
On
chair.
that date, on June 16, 2014.
After the items are heard, more specifically.
Yeah.
The items were addressed at that meeting. They were discussed, and then public comment was deferred to a later session of that same meeting. Right? Correct.
I hesitate to use the word session because of the confusion about recessing a meeting or continuing an item. I'm just finding that there was not an opportunity for a member of the public to comment on the items on June 16, 2014 on those particular items. Is that clear enough? Or am I...
Member Wolf?
I have a question for the city attorney regarding what you were saying about sessions and meetings. Based on the way that this was agendized, it looks like there was a meeting on the 16th, a separate meeting on the 17th, or was it all agendized as one meeting?
That's what actually is determining here, because case law, there's a case out there that I cited in here that states that it's actually permitted for there to be one agenda, and for the meeting to be continued, and then you could take public comment on the items that weren't heard during that first session of that agendized meeting. But in this case, it seems as if you're saying that the items were addressed at the meeting, they were discussed, and then they deferred public comment to a later session of that same agenda.
Well, but it seems like it was multiple meetings if you look at the way that the agendas are actually on the city website.
I'm trying to avoid the minutia of continued items and recessed meetings because there's a separate provision in the Brown Act under, I think, 54955, that if a meeting is recessed for not more than 5 days, that there doesn't have to be another agenda. There's all kinds of gobbledygook about how continued and recessed meetings are handled, and I'm trying to avoid that and just say that there was no public comment taken at that meeting of June 16th, which had an agenda and had those items on it.
I think you need to be more specific because there's case law out there that says that would be okay. So I think you need to be more specific as to whether or not the items were addressed and discussed by the committee during that portion of the meeting, or whether or not, or whether it was continued and addressed to a later session and addressed during a later session of that meeting.
Through the chair.
Vice Chair Hyland.
Help me here.
Maybe just something to think about, Member Pilpel. I mean, I think it's a balancing here of letting the Budget Committee get on with their work, their gargantuan task, but also the public's, I think, right to offer public comment when a certain department head gets up there and makes their comments at that time. So I think we should draft this carefully to kind of pave the way for where we want to get to. So I appreciate DCA Cola's suggestion that we tighten it up a little bit. And on the second part of your motion, I might like to split that motion as to naming, as to just going with what was the respondents named versus just the chairman. I would second your motion, but I would like to see it split for a split vote on that. I think there's still some uncertainty in the task force as to how we should approach that part.
Are you seconding the motion and then asking for a second vote on the other four members of the board?
Yes.
Okay.
Once you rephrase the motion.
So, Member Pilpel, would you phrase the motion in a way that it is clear to the members of the task force and anybody reading this as to what we want to see?
Okay. I'll try it again. It's to find a violation of 67.15B and 54954.3A for failure to take public comment on items 5 to 10 on June 16th, 2014, following discussion of those listed items. finding all 5 supervisors as respondents, and we'll have a separate vote on Supervisor Farrell versus the other 4. Asking the Budget and Finance Committee to discuss and approve a public comment process prior to May 1, 2015.
I'd like to
do you want to not include that?
Tighten that up too.
Okay.
Prior to May 1st, if they don't do it, then guess what? We've slipped into another year of the same stuff.
Right. Well, that's why what's the failure to do that would be a failure to address an order.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I'm trying to include that in the order and referring this matter to EOT if there's anything else that we missed.
I'm just worried that I'm not sure how the Budget Committee works, but May 1st might be a changeover.
Normally, the new members are appointed after January, when the president is elected, and after the new chair of the Budget Committee is seated, whether it's Supervisor Farrell or not. They can certainly introduce an item as a hearing at the committee to discuss and approve a public
March
comment
1st,
process.
just to get it sort of set before they go into budget season. So to
Right.
speak.
That was the point. That was why.
Well, if May's a good date, then I'm fine with that.
Okay.
May 1st seems a little late to me as well.
We can make it earlier, prior to April.
I think we should make it earlier so that if we think it's going to not fly again, we would have some input into it. Member David?
So that conversation just raised a question in my mind. So we potentially have a new president of the Board of Supervisors come January, and then we potentially have a whole new budget committee. And so if we're naming individual supervisors that might not be there, is there a way to capture the budget committee as opposed to individual members of the individual supervisors who may or may not be part of the budget committee next year?
Well, that's, if I may, that's why I was trying to find a violation for those individuals or the chair of the committee this year where there may have been a violation, and asking next year, regardless of who's on the budget committee, that they schedule an item to approve a public comment process so as to solve the problem as we were, I think, reasonably asked to do.
Right, but who, I'm sorry, I want to make sure, let me be clear, I'm not supporting, but I think it's going to pass, so I want to make sure that if it passes, it's done as well as possibly. So just in this scenario, who would be let's say that Supervisor Farrell is not chair of the budget committee next year, and we are now tasking the budget committee with coming up with a policy by March 1st, April, whatever the date that we decide, and Supervisor Farrell's not if we find a violation. And it's against Supervisor Farrell, but then he's not the head of the budget committee. Who then does the responsibility fall to fulfill our violation or the order determination?
I would just suggest if it's not happening, that the task force or the EOT committee can send a letter to the board, addressed to the board president or the chair of the committee, and say this is what we asked for, and we're hoping and expecting, and presumably there will be follow-up at EOT between now and January.
What I was going to say is, in deference to what Member David just said, is why not tighten this whole thing up? Why not make it by December 1st, 60 days from now? That captures, I don't know if the Budget Committee slowed down now that the budget's out the way, whether they have time to address this. Is that too soon? But what it does do is captures all those people that were there, and this, they can get it done and hand that off as a fait accompli to the next budget committee on January or December 31st, whatever you want to,
Well, again, I don't think the budget committee next year will feel bound by decisions made this year, so that's why I'm tending to think that it's a spring 2015 issue. If May 1st is too late, I think that the budget chair will probably be named in mid-January.
Well, if you don't think they'd be bound, then why not task this budget committee? That's my point.
Because I'm not, I'm saying I don't think that the Budget Committee next year will feel bound by a decision made this year, depending on how we structure it. Maybe this is just something that we need to work out at EOT. I'm just trying to get something in here that says prior to next year's budget season, however that happens, that should happen.
Yeah, I just like to see it tighter. I mean, give it to this Budget Committee. They've been, if we vote on it, it'll be 2 orders that they've had in their court, and they need to field it. We'll work with them through EOTC to come up with some resolutions, and we'll see if it goes into practice next
You want
season.
an earlier date than May 1? Should we go for April 1?
How about March 1?
Okay, March 1.
All right, so,
Do we have the motion?
I believe I do.
all right.
Okay.
Would you read the motion, and then we'll take public comment on the
Part of the motion, as this is a divided question, is the motion as to name. I will just make one motion, and it will be assumed that if this one does not pass, I'll move on to a second motion. To name Supervisor Farrell, Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, as the respondent in the complaint. If this does not pass, the second motion will be to find the members.
Do the reverse.
On the first motion, to find Supervisor Farrell of the Budget, Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, to state that he is the respondent in this complaint. Member Winston.
No. You have to read the motion, and then we need public comment on it.
Oh, sorry.
We're not there yet.
Yes.
Sorry, my apologies. The second motion shall be to find violation of Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.15B and California Government Code 54954.3A for failure to take public comment on items 5 through 10 on the Budget and Finance Committee June 16, 2014 agenda. And to refer this item to the EOTC to make determinations by March 1st, 2015. That last part of it will need to a little bit clean up language. I think we should find violations first and then determine the issue on the March 1st as ordered by the chair.
Okay, all right, that sounds fine. So are we going to, I think we should take public comment on both motions. So the first one names just Supervisor Farrell. The second one is identical but names the entire Budget and Finance Committee. Mr. Minette-Shaw.
Someday when I retire, maybe I'll become a member.
Okay.
I'm speaking in support of both portions of this motion because ultimately you need to start challenging how the Board of Supervisors escapes various aspects of the Sunshine Ordinance. For one thing, they do not put on their agendas at the subcommittee level taking public comment that is within their jurisdiction, but it is not on their individual agendas. And members of the public, by and large, have no way of, in a public forum, raising issues to them as a sitting committee. Sure, we can all go lobby them, try to beg for time for a meeting with them to bring up issues that fall within the scope of their jurisdiction. But there are many ways that the Board of Supes have exempted themselves from large portions of the Sunshine Ordinance. So I would advocate that this motion before you actually be modified with a friendly amendment, that they should be taking public comment on each agenda item and not lumping them, items 5 through 11, into a single public comment period. If they have to hold a hearing every day, 7 days a week, to get through budget season, to take adequate public comment on every department budget. I have to agree with Mr. Piccarello that it's ridiculous that the Department of Public Health's billion-dollar budget gets lumped in with the budgets of other city departments, and you can't go into any specificity during your public comment period about various portions of their budgets and what kind of problems they have. I think this motion needs to be strengthened to make it public comment on every agenda item. They can't lump them together, and that they need to cease and desist doing that to address Member Pibbles' concern or Member Highland's. You should word this so that it's against the sitting members of this year's Finance Committee, and include in the language of the motion that the task force's expectation is that by next year there will be a policy in place that next year's committee will be required to abide by.
Thank you.
I think you should also.
She spoke in support.
I spoke.
Good.
I'm trying to remember.
Spoke in support of the.
Oh, right. You were.
Okay.
Peter Warfield, Library Users Association. Are we going to see the, I'd like the clock to stop. I'm asking to see the testimony that was offered earlier and which this body has seen previously on the video.
Can we make the video work?
The video will play, however, it will not display to your screen, so if you do want to see it, I can turn it slightly, but it will be just down over here.
We can all just go into the audience.
Are you real?
We are.
No.
Guys, make room for Bruce.
4-0 Giants, according to my daughter.
Thank you. Thanks, sister.
I thought they were all in line to get married.
That's right. Mary.
Oh, it looked like a line to get your new iPhone on launch day. Except there'd be more sleeping bags.
There's sleeping bags there. You didn't see that?
What? That was your time. I think you should win.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield. That was instructive. Oh, and the Clark brothers for providing it.
Thank you for showing it again. Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. First of all, in general, I support the direction that the task force is taking, but I think that actually the full Board of Supervisors needs to be held accountable for its budget process. So I would urge you to consider all the supervisors who voted for the budget to be responsible parties. They approved, through their approval of the budget, the process, the grossly anti-democratic process. Also, there was some earlier language, which I don't think I heard in the final, but it mentioned following discussion of these items, and the law 954.3 says that the public has to be heard before or during the legislative body's consideration of the item. I do think that some history here is useful. There was a time in the distant past when I remember that the library testified and individual departments testified, and then the Budget and Finance Committee, nobody being here at this time from them in the room, they seem to have left and not interested in what's happening, took items, not just agenda items, which typically group many, many departments, but went department by department. When the library comes up and testifies about certain aspects, they typically ask questions. In the old regime, the public was called to comment if they wanted on the library and could ask questions or make comments, and then the supervisors, if they wished, could say, so what do you say about what so-and-so said about such and such, or that's something that concerned me too? What about the destruction of the entire fifth floor magazine section in order to place a hypothetical learning and literacy center there? Are we paying more money to the library to get less library service? That was the sensible way. Let me say that I believe the supervisors are purposely trashing democracy and this process. The chaos that people talk about and you've seen is purposeful. For example, every year the rules change, and the claims that you can do something or another online, that's not at a meeting, that's not when the staff members or the department heads are there. There's no opportunity to question them. And decisions, in fact, are made. For example, my recollection from this year is the library was told, you don't have to come back. Well, that means they've already decided. So those things all speak in favor of this resolution, and even strengthening it to say that they need to make sense of their meetings and not lump a bunch of items or even departments within one item, and rather to make sense out of public comment. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on this item?
Before the next speaker, can I just recognize that Mr. Warfield said the supervisors are perfect before he corrected himself. I'm just kidding. You wanted more detailed minutes, so I just wanted to make sure that got in there. I am just joking. I'm just joking.
Gummy bears?
I do think that there needs to be some conversation as to how to make this process work, where people can actually talk about different things. It's just facetious that somebody would be able to cover all the departments in 120 minutes. So seconds.
Either way.
Yeah, either way. Hours. Especially when sometimes there's problems from these bodies even getting a copy of their budget. But I think I'm in favor of the motions. I think that I think you should put a recommendation in there that they figure out how they're going to sort this out, because we should be able to have comments on each budget and question as to what and where these monies are going, or if they're even spending them appropriately. After that, then you have all these other issues where you want some people to be funded and others people not to be funded. So I'm in favor of the motion. I also feel that sometimes this has gotten so big where it's, I don't know. I'm in favor of the motion. Let's go forward.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? All right, seeing none. Member Wolf and then Member David.
So just a clarification, my understanding is there's two motions we're about to vote on. One is all 5 members of the committee are held accountable, and one it's just the head. Shouldn't we start with the 5 and then the 1 as opposed to the other way around?
Excuse me, Member David.
I just want to say that Ms. Stefani told me that she had to leave because she had childcare things that she had to deal with. So I just want to let people know that. Okay.
Member Pilpil.
My sense is that we would vote on finding the violations against Supervisor Farrell, and then we would vote on finding the same violations against the other 4 members.
Oh, so it's 1.
It's 1 plus 4.
1 and then the okay.
Right.
Great.
So we're only voting on Supervisor Farrell. He, can only be taken out so many once. Yeah.
All right, so.
Does that work?
It makes sense now.
All right, so Mr. Young, would you call the roll on the first motion?
On the first motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Member Oka.
Wait a minute. I just lost it here. That wasn't what I understood we were doing. Are we, in fact, naming Supervisor Farrell and then putting the same charge on the other 4? That's not what I understood. Maybe that's... Well...
Yeah,
okay.
That's the way the motions read. So the first one is to find just the chair in violation. The second one is to find the other members also in violation. So, Mr. Young, would you read the first, or would you take a...
I will try
call the roll on the first motion, please.
Okay. The motion is to find Supervisor Farrell, Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee of the Board of Supervisors, as the respondent in this matter. If you vote yes on this item, it is my understanding that you are agreeing with naming only
No.
Supervisor Farrell.
No. It means that you're finding a violation as to Supervisor Farrell, and it means you can still vote to find or not find a violation as to the other 4 members.
Right.
Okay. It's an either-or question, so there will be 2 votes on the matter.
It's not an either.
It's not an either. It's not an
No,
either or.
it's
an and. So the first motion is: are we finding this violation against Supervisor Farrell?
Yes.
Okay, that's the first one. The second is: are we finding this violation against the other 4 members of the Budget Committee?
May I suggest something? Why don't we just vote on all 5, and if we need to, we can have a second.
Because the motion was to do that, but I asked to divide the question, and when there's a request to divide the question...
I did, but I wanted to split it that way. In other words, let's vote on all 5. If that fails, then we vote on just Farrell. That was my intent.
But that's not... One sec. It was my motion. You seconded it. That's not actually dividing the question. That's duplicating the file. It's a different action.
Then that's what I was trying to do. I'm just trying to make this efficient.
May I suggest that we that the motion be to find the members of the Budget and Finance Committee in violation of the Sunshine Ordinance. If that motion passes, there's no need to take another motion. If that motion fails, then we can vote to name Supervisor Farrell as the responsible party.
Okay.
It's fine.
On the motion to find the members of the Budget and Finance Committee as respondents for this in this complaint, member
Winston left at 6:05.
Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Pilpil.
I think on all 5, I'm no.
Pilpil, no. Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member David.
No.
David, no. Member Fisher.
No.
Fisher, no. Member Oka?
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Hyland?
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Give me a moment to,
Did you call Member Hebner?
Yes.
Oh, you
Yes.
did, okay.
this is substantive. Yes, that motion fails.
So I'll renew the motion as to just Supervisor Farrell.
The motion to find Supervisor Farrell, Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, as the respondent in this complaint. Member Wolf?
Come back to me.
Member Pilpil?
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member Hepner?
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member David?
No.
David, no. Member Fisher?
No.
Fisher, no. Member Oka?
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Hyland?
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes. On the question, the motion is to find violation of Section 67.15B and California Government Code Section 54954.3A for failure to take public comment on items 5 through 10 at the June 16th Budget and Finance Committee following discussion on the item. On that motion?
I think we just acted on it. That's what we just did.
Sorry.
So
Yes.
we're done.
We're done.
And I suggest we refer this to EOT,
EOT, and there was a date in there as well.
March 1st.
I believe the chair wishes to refer this matter to EOTC.
I do.
And on those instructions to EOTC, do you wish to have the EOTC respond back to the full Sunshine Ordinance Task Force by March 1st?
Oh.
I'd like for the EOTC to report, as it always does whenever they've had a meeting, but then we also want the
Budget.
Budget and Finance Committee to come up with a plan which is heard in a public meeting for how public input will be provided during the budget process. And that we're saying March 1st.
There's a draft order at some point, and you want me to look at it, I'm happy to give input on that.
All right, so for this order, this will be our new souped up orders of determination that are detailed with lots of facts and evidence, okay? But I think we'll get there.
I believe that this is being referred to EOTC, and the instructions to the EOTC is to, I am guessing at this point, is to work with the Supervisor Farrell's office to develop procedures for public comment.
If I could interrupt, isn't it the reverse? Aren't we referring the budget, respondent to the EOTC to provide us with, to work with us on, that's, I think we should word that carefully.
Yes.
We can go over the drafts later, but, yeah.
As long as we get the rough concepts down today, I will be, I can work with that.
Right, but we need to make sure that Supervisor Farrell is brought into this process right away, since we found him in violation. But it's just the start of the process, which will continue if when there's a new chair of the Budget and Finance.
And I believe I heard that we wish the committee to work with Supervisor Farrell to develop solutions to resolve the issue.
To ultimately have solutions in place by March 1st.
Yes.
And then we're asking the Budget Committee to approve a process prior to March 1st.
Yeah.
So that's an important.
Yeah, and are we not already seeing Ms. Stephanie on another case?
Yes.
That's
We'll
bring them
hear
together,
those
together.
Yeah.
I would combine those to be heard simultaneously.
Yes, it's the same issue. So
Well,
close
similar.
enough. Yeah.
Yeah. Are we good for a recess?
Yes, at this time, I'd like to recess the meeting for 20 minutes, so to come back around 7:18.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Go, Bruce, go.
I really need this too. All right, Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda?
Next on the agenda is file item number 6, file number 14064, complaint filed by Thomas Piccirillo against Mayor Edwin Lee and the Office of the Mayor for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.25 for failure to respond to immediate disclosure request in a timely and complete manner.
All right, first we have to determine whether there's jurisdiction in this matter. Do I hear a motion to find jurisdiction?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any public comment on jurisdiction? Seeing none, without objection. So moving on to the hearing on this matter. Mr. Piccirillo, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I do appreciate the extensive discussion on the last item on the agenda. Hopefully this one will take much less time. I filed an IDR against, I received an email from somebody, I can't recall, that the mayor enacted a new records retention policy. So what I did is I filed an IDR to the mayor's office and requested, as you see on packet page 166, I wanted the policy and any documents concerning enacting of the policy. I sent it June 10th. The response by the mayor's office, I think, was given to me on the 18th. And her response was that I used the wrong site for getting records from the mayor's office. When you pull up the mayor's office, the site I used is on the front page. It says contact the mayor, 2 inches by 2 inches. So I click contact the mayor for my IDR. There is a separate site now on the website regarding mayor sunshine request. But I believe, and respondent can agree or deny, that site was put up after I filed the complaint with the Sunshine Task Force. That site, that click was not available when I requested I sent the IDR. Nevertheless, the site I clicked said contact the mayor. And I made my IDR request on that click. And I believe this new Mayor's Public Records, however it's called, was put on the website after I filed this complaint with the task force. But she or he can deny that or agree with me. So the IDR was not only untimely, it was 8 days after I made the IDR, but they didn't give me any documents. The only documents they gave me was a sign off on the policy by various people, and would be packet number page 180. All these office, Steve Kawa, Herrera, Rosenfeld, they signed off on this. But there's no documents of any kind given to me regarding how the policy was enacted, who participated, when they participated. Clearly, the mayor's calendar is a public record, which would be included in my IDR. I received no mayor's calendar, copy of mayor's calendar. And by the Sunshine Ordinance, the mayor's calendar is a public record. He's one of the elected officials whose calendars are public record. I didn't get that. I didn't get anything other than what's in your packet, and that is the policy and a schedule, page 181. Those are the only documents I got. And then, so the mayor's office wanted me to dismiss based on they complied, so they said. And I said, no, you didn't comply. You didn't give me the records I'm seeking. And they said, none exist. Okay, I don't believe none exist. They existed, and perhaps under his new policy, his new record retention policy, they're no longer around. That may be a question you might want to ask the mayor's representative. But I think it's important to know when the mayor enacts a record retention policy, first of all, is it in compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance? I don't know. That's something that you need to decide, but that's not in front of you tonight. But that's something that you should discuss. His new policy, that begins on page 177, is that in compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance under your record retention sections? But bottom line is, I made the IDR, wasn't timely given, and they still haven't given me any records other than what is submitted in your packet, which doesn't tell me who participated in enacting this policy, when they did it, and why they did it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant?
Hi, I'm William Clark. I just want to reiterate that perhaps Chapter 8 of the San Francisco Administrative Code relating to documents, records, and publications would also apply in this case in regards to records being destroyed that are required to be held for a specific period of time, whether they're the mayor's records or any other public officials. So I would refer you to section 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, and 8.4 of Chapter 8, which deals with record retentions and how they're required to be held.
Thank you. Is there anybody else to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Okay, seeing none, is there someone here to represent the mayor's office?
Hello, honorable members. My name is Kirsten McCauley. I work in the Mayor's Communications Office. I'm just going to be really brief. As you guys received my June 25th letter, the complainant did send a request to the mayor's general email account, and it was overlooked. In 2.5 years that I've been managing the public records, my colleague that manages the general account has never overlooked anything before. We've always responded very timely to everything. This was an error on our part, and we apologized. We did make changes to our website to make sure that this would not happen again, and it hasn't since then. And then as far as the records, we had provided him all responsive records. We don't have anything anymore. I've asked staff several times, and they don't have records.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Okay, seeing none, the matters with the task force for questions. Member Wolf?
I'm sorry, was it Ms. McCauley? Is that? Could you come up for a quick question? You had stated that during your tenure with the mayor's office, this is the only instance where an email has been overlooked, and I'm curious how you know that other emails weren't previously overlooked and never brought attention to them being overlooked.
Since I've been managing the mayor's...
During your tenure, obviously what happened before you arrived is before you arrived.
Well, my colleague would send me the email, and there were no other emails that we did not respond to in an untimely manner.
Okay, thank you.
Member Pilpel?
Let me start with Mr. Piccarello on this. Your original request, page 185 of our packet, pursuant to the ordinance, please consider this request an IDR regarding your new public records retention policy, wherever this request is also for any and all written documents in your possession discussing and or enacting the new policy. Thanks, blah, blah, blah.
That's what it says.
Right. So you made reference to the Prop G calendars. It doesn't appear to me that that you were requesting the Prop G calendar. It only appears that you were requesting the new record retention policy and any documents related to it.
Okay. It doesn't specify a calendar, but when I make a request for all written documents, documents would include a calendar. I believe calendar is defined in the Sunshine Ordinance as a document.
But you were referring to any and all written documents in your possession discussing and/or enacting the new policy.
Yeah, so if the mayor has a calendar and has a listing of a discussion group regarding his record retention policy, I believe under the Sunshine Ordinance, I'm entitled to that calendar entry. That was never,
I don't interpret it that way. It seems to me that you were just asking for the policy and any records related to creating the new policy.
Well, we have just an opinion, and maybe other task force members do also.
Okay, that's fine.
That's up to you.
So
that's my position. My request, my IDR,
okay, were you
that you read includes the mayor's calendar.
Okay, I don't see that in here anywhere.
Well, I just said it doesn't say that, but under the Sunshine Ordinance, a document includes calendars.
Okay, I think I'm done with that section.
Okay. Am I dismissed, or
no?
Do you have a follow-up?
I have a follow-up question.
Okay.
Were you weren't asking for this, but were you actually seeking to compare the new policy with the old policy and see what changes they made?
Yes, I was asking for the new policy, and then at my leisure, I could compare it to the old policy, but I was more interested in what individuals, work group, stakeholders, lobbyists enacted this policy, because I believe this policy is in violation of both the Brown Act and the Sunshine Act. But that's not in front of you tonight.
Okay,
What's in front of you is, did they comply with my IDR? That's
I understand,
the issue.
and I'm getting to that. So you weren't actually looking for the old policy?
No.
Okay.
Didn't request it.
Okay, so it appears to me that you got the documents that you were requesting, but not on a timely basis.
I didn't get the documents I was requesting. I didn't get any documents other than the documents in your packet that has that has the policy itself. I specifically asked, you have to read the entire IDR.
I just did.
This is a request for any and all written documents discussing or enacting your new policy.
Right.
That includes any groups that met before this policy was enacted.
Right.
I believe a reasonable person would read that request that way.
Fine. Let me turn to Ms. McCauley, and we'll talk about that. Ms. McCauley, thank you.
You're welcome.
I think it's clear that there is a new policy, and you provided that. Can you just be clear on the record, were there any written documents discussing and/or enacting the policy?
No.
Okay. If someone had requested the old policy and wanted to compare the old to the new, you would have provided the old?
We don't have an old policy, but what I based this policy off of was Mayor Newsom's administration's policy, and then this was...
So do you have...
yes, we have
so that
and
then would be the prior
I'm more than
policy.
happy to provide that.
Okay, so that then would be the prior policy, because under
Correct.
page 181, administration policies, later of 2 years or until superseded. So that would be the prior policy, which was then superseded. Okay. Further, with regard to these divisions here, I'm only seeing like a page and a little more. Is that correct? On the categories? Page 181, 182?
I have it here. I think, yeah.
Okay.
For the schedule, yes, a page and a half.
Okay, so it appears that the divisions covered here are administration, scheduling, public policy and finance, and government affairs. Those aren't the only divisions in the mayor's office, so I'm wondering, is this in fact a complete record retention and actually you call it disposal schedule, destruction policy for the entire mayor's office, or is this just for those certain specific divisions?
Oh, yeah, it's just for the mayor's office, and I also manage the records for the mayor's office of neighborhood services. So that is not including the mayor's office of housing, community investment, which I don't believe has the mayor's office name in it anymore.
But it is actually part of the mayor's office.
Community investment?
Yeah.
We do not,
not OCII, but MOCD or MOH, whatever MOHCD is.
Mayor's Office of Housing?
And community development, community investments.
Correct. We do not oversee and we don't manage their public records, so therefore this record retention policy is not for them.
But they are actually part of the mayor's office, so you should have a record retention and destruction policy that covers them. They're not part of any other city department. They are under the mayor.
Okay. We will.
It's all
this
the big Department 25. Check it
this
out.
advice,
Right.
this record retention policy was looked at by the city attorney's office, and they signed off on it. So we'll go back to them and ask them if that's should be included.
Speaking of which, where's the sign-off page there? Sorry. Steve Cava, I can't really tell who that is for the city attorney, so I don't know if that's the person that normally handles the mayor's office. I don't want to really focus on the record retention policy. That's really not the big deal here. The two questions in my mind are, was this timely responded to? It appears no. It appears that it was responded to 8 days after and not within a day after. You've sort of acknowledged that.
Correct.
So I think we could find a violation as to timeliness. And you were sort of suggesting in your response that it's up to members of the public to direct their request to the proper email address, and I take some exception to that. I think if members of the public direct their request to any person within an office, and in particular to a department head, the department head is responsible for seeing to it that their email and their other correspondence is checked, in particular for items with a subject line immediate disclosure request, and handled appropriately. So you certainly can, and it's fine to set up a separate email address for sunshine requests, but I don't think that you can require a member of the public to direct the request there. And if it does go to a department head, it's up to that department head to see that it's attended to within the appropriate time frame. Does that
And
make
like
sense?
I said, we've never had a problem with this before.
Okay. So I just want to understand that if someone sends an email to Mayor Edwin Lee at SF.gov, that it's going to get somehow sent to you or whoever, and it'll get processed.
Yes.
Okay. With that understanding, I'm feeling a timeliness violation, but probably no more.
Excuse me. I have a question for Ms. McCauley. When you read that Mr. Piccirillo wanted any and all written documents in your possession discussing and/or enacting your new policy, how did you determine that there were none? What search did you conduct to try to identify records responsive to this request?
Well, let me give you a little bit of background. Annabelle Simonelli, our chief operating officer, had called me about a year ago and said that we needed to update our records retention policy. Therefore, she handed me a hard copy of Mayor Newsom's administration. After that, I was the one that drafted it. I printed it out. It went through an internal review. There were no changes. We then, the chief of staff's assistant had then called the appropriate parties that needed to sign off on it, the three others besides Steve Cava. Since it was one document and it needed the signature, he then brought it to each one, signed it, brought it back. And then the city attorney's office, he coordinated with them to come to a senior staff meeting to talk about the record retention policy and if there was any questions by senior staff.
So you have direct personal knowledge of what happened because you were a key person in this.
Yes, so I asked the people that were responsible or involved in drafting this if they had any records, including myself. We searched for it. We didn't find any.
All right. It would have been helpful if you could have explained that to Mr. Piccirillo very briefly. Or
happy to. Yeah, all it needed was a phone call. I'm sorry that it had come to this. In the future, I'll definitely do that.
Okay.
I'll follow up on that.
Member Pilpel.
So there were no emails back and forth among staff members with drafts or any file folder with anything on this?
None with me. I've asked the other parties that were involved. They said they don't have any records. Like I said, it was an internal process. Everyone was looking at it internally, that with a hard copy in front of them.
Okay.
Members, anybody else with a question? Okay. Ms. McCauley, you have 3 minutes to offer a rebuttal. Any further explanation? Okay, Mr. Piccirillo.
try to be brief. So there were no discussions, no emails going back and forth with any of the players, stakeholders who enacted this policy. That's her position. I don't believe that's a credible position. So either the documents were there and then they were destroyed under the new records retention policy, or the mayor still has the documents and he's not providing them to me. Clearly, there's more documents, or there were at one point. Emails, correspondence. How about a memorandum? When these people got together to enact this policy, there had to be a memorandum, some kind of notes. Are those destroyed under his new policy? Maybe. But I don't believe they should have been destroyed. I'm entitled to know which stakeholders participated in his new record retention policy. Record retention is very important. It's a trail of how things get done, how legislation gets passed. Who passes the legislation? Who participates? I'm entitled to those documents, and I regret not having them. Thank you.
Thank you. The matter's now back with the task force.
Want a motion?
If there's a motion, yes, I'd like to hear it.
I'll move to find a violation of 67.25A for failure to respond by the appropriate deadline for an IDR against, I guess, Mayor Lee and Ms. McCauley. I don't know who else to find there.
Second that.
Member Wolf?
I don't know whether this rises to a formalized violation that we can speak to in any way, but I'm a little concerned about the confidence that this is the only email that was missed when I, in fact, myself submitted a public records request that admittedly had bad language on January 14th and never heard a response back. So I never followed up with it because I had no use in it after I didn't hear back right away.
This is the mayor's office?
This is an email to Mayor Edwin Lee at sfgov.org, not the Sunshine address. And so it makes me concerned that there's confidence that this is the only email that's been missed, and yet I have an email that I sent myself that falls under a similar sort of situation. I don't know whether that really falls under our purview, but I just kind of wanted to cite that for the record.
Okay.
We need a definition of who we're finding this violation against specifically.
I said Mayor Lee and Ms. McCauley.
And we had a second?
Member Oka.
Okay, Member Oka.
And to Member Wolf, that may be true. I see issues and problems with the record retention schedule. I'm just going by what was before us and what seemed, yeah.
No, your motion sounds fine. I just kind of wanted to bring that to the body.
Mm-hmm.
Through the chair, Ms. McCauley is not named as a respondent in this. Are we? I don't believe. Well, it's the mayor's office, Mayor Ed Lee of the mayor's office. Ms. McCauley, you're not actually named as a respondent. Is the motion to find a violation against Ms. McCauley, as well as Mayor Ed Lee's office? And are we okay doing so? It's a technical question.
DCA Cola, can you help us out here?
Typically, I'd advise you to only include respondents that were named as respondents in the complaint, because it raises a due process concern. Having said that, Ms. McCauley was the party that was responding to the that was in charge of responding in this case, and did appear here today, but I think it still raises a concern knowing that she didn't come prepared to defend herself. She came prepared to defend her office.
Well,
I don't know if that makes a difference to you, but it's something that the task force should consider.
Member Pilpel.
It's definitely an issue for our complaint procedures and how people get named and all that stuff with ethics. In terms of what's before us, the agenda says the complaints against Mayor Lee and the office of the mayor. The complaint, find it here.
complainants versus the mayor's office.
On the agenda, I was looking for it in the complaint itself. It was forwarded to the task force. Ms. McCauley was notified of the hearing. The mayor was not. So I don't even, it wasn't disclosed to us in the hearing who manages the mayor's email box, and I don't know who that person is, and I don't know if we want to name that person. I guess I'm struggling with this issue of, is it the, and I don't mean this in a negative way, is it like the lowest level person that gets dinged for something? Is it the department head? Is it somebody in between? Is it everyone under the sun? You know, and under these specific facts, it appears to me that it's Ms. McCauley for not responding on a timely basis and the mayor for failing to have somebody properly manage his email box.
Okay.
I don't want to get more broad than that right now.
No, and I think that Ms. McCauley was adequately representing herself, at least in her role as the communication supervisor, record supervisor of the mayor's office. I don't foresee any specific problem here. I just wanted to alert.
In the future, I think we should have sent an email to the mayor notifying him of this meeting, but that might have gotten lost in the email box. So
Member Wolf.
A joke there.
I personally would feel much more comfortable either having the motion name the mayor or the mayor's office or the mayor's office, because if we're to take the testimony we heard at face value, the person who's responsible for actually checking the Mayor Edwin Lee at SF.gov is Ms. McCauley's coworker who wasn't named but was referenced. And at the point that the issue was brought to Ms. McCauley's attention, it does appear that she used her due diligence to follow up. That should have happened earlier, but that breakdown doesn't appear to be really on Ms. McCauley's head, if you will. And so I think that this really should either name this person who hasn't been named yet, which seems like a shaky zone to do, or stick to the mayor's office and the mayor himself.
Can I follow up and ask Ms. McCauley, would you care to name your colleague and have that person take the fall instead of you?
I'm representing the mayor's office. You couldn't name me.
Shouldn't it just, through the chair, shouldn't it just go with what Victor and DCA Cola said? It should go to the original complaint and then have
the mayor
in
the mayor's office. Yeah. Yes.
This may be splitting hairs anyway, because it doesn't seem like this is something that the task force would send to ethics anyway. It would go to EOT, and the mayor's office would send a representative, and I'm guessing it would probably be Ms. McCauley anyway. So,
Through the chair, I would recommend that, I mean, if I were to vote for this, I'd say, yes, it was an error. Ms. McCauley, Kirsten, admitted it, call it a violation, and then move on. I don't see
we've done that
this
before.
Back in the circle again.
We've done that before, yeah.
And this is also the first time that in my 3 years that I've ever seen Ms. McCauley here, so it's not like it's a...
She's been here before.
Yeah.
Oh, welcome back.
Not often.
Well, don't come again. It's your last chance.
Let's hear public comment on this motion, please.
If you heard, you heard Miss Lady's testimony. She just said that there was documents that she didn't provide. I mean, how do you go from somebody trying to figure out what this new policy is to we don't have any documents? I mean, so at this rate, what they're implying is Ms. Colley is creating the policy and procedure herself, and then ships it off to the city attorney, and then where's that document to the city attorney? So there's documents missing. And then if anything, I think what would be appropriate also was a comparison between the old policy and the new policy. So I just figure there should have been like a new policy that would have had redactions in it or the old policy and a new policy, but something that would have redactions in it to say we're going to do this and not this. You know, if those documents don't exist, like she says, and they never existed, then, I mean, she's implying that she makes policy and procedure by herself. So she doesn't talk to her colleague that didn't respond in a timely fashion. And now the other thing is all right, I don't think the mayor should have somebody be fodder. So he can hire anybody to just take the blame for something. So the mayor can hire somebody that's competent, incompetent, or just somebody that's just to rubber stamp or throw away the complaints. The mayor is in charge of who they hire, and the mayor should be responsible for that person and make sure that they do what they're supposed to do.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on the motion? Okay, seeing none. Member Pilpel.
All right, I think I'm persuaded now that it should be Mayor Lee and the Office of the Mayor and not Ms. McCauley. So I'll restate the motion to do that. Member Oka, are you good with that?
Go ahead.
So what I was doing is restating the motion to find the violation against the mayor and the Office of the Mayor and not Ms. McCauley.
Okay.
You're good? Okay. All right, so that's the restated motion. Thanks.
All right, Ms. Jan, would you call the...
The motion is to find violation of Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.25A for failure to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely manner, naming Mayor Lee and the Office of the Mayor as the respondents. On that question, Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member David. David, my apologies. Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye.
Do we want to send this to EOT?
I would send this to compliance or not send it anywhere at all.
I won't send it anywhere.
Yeah, I think.
There is no issues to be complied with.
No. Okay, I think...
I
That she
will
was sorry.
include in the order of determination that the mayor's office acknowledges that error had occurred, and they have taken steps to rectify the situation.
Okay.
No referral.
No referral, yeah.
So if this were a hockey game, you're in the penalty box for 2 minutes, and then you're just back in the game.
In the interest of more detailed steps, could be what she referenced on the change of website.
Right.
Just to get it into our findings. I think it's something she mentioned in the testimony.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's...
Well, she actually included a description of the changes they'd made in the response, so that should be...
Why don't we get that in the...
That should be in the order of determination.
The description of the new website shall be included into the order of determination. I will work with
To reference her acknowledgement of that.
Right.
Yeah.
I will work with the respondent to get that language correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Next on the agenda, file number 14075, item number 7, complaint filed by William Clark against Monique Zamuda, Controller's Office, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21B, 67.22B, and 67.24F for failure to respond to a request for public records in a timely and complete manner.
All right. At this time, we need to determine whether we have jurisdiction over this matter. Has jurisdiction been contested? Okay. Do I hear a motion to find jurisdiction?
Discussion?
No, I'm asking if there's a motion to find jurisdiction. Then we'll...
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Public comment on jurisdiction? Member Pilpel?
Yeah, I have a real issue with jurisdiction here. It appears to me that this was just email back and forth. It does not appear to me that there was a specific request for documents or information, and I'm very concerned if we find jurisdiction here that we're setting some sort of precedent that any discussion that someone engages in by email with city staff can turn into a sunshine complaint. And I think that would not be a good course. So I need to be persuaded that there's actually jurisdiction here, that there was a request for records. It seems to me that it was merely a dispute or discussion about the budget process, which people are free to engage in, but I don't see that we can compel a response to.
I didn't ask for
Excuse me.
Okay.
Member Wolf?
I don't disagree with you, Member Pilpel, but I'm not sure that that's a jurisdictional question. Does our city attorney, Hepner has something to say through the chair?
I do too, but Member Hepner, you go first, and then me.
I actually think it might very well be a jurisdictional question. It's a subject, do we have jurisdiction of the subject matter of this complaint, not jurisdiction over the person. I don't think anybody disputes that we have jurisdiction over the controller's office, but do we have jurisdiction over something that may arguably not be a request pursuant to the Sunshine Ordinance? Now, I think that request is substantially lessened by the fact that, your concerns aside, the email does say this is a request for public information pursuant to the SF Sunshine Ordinance. And that's not a boilerplate add-on. That I actually think is a request for oral public information.
Not oral, it's by
email. Oh, I mean, public information, public records include records as in documentary or oral communication form. Am I correct?
Right.
67.22 is the section that governs the release of oral public information. The fact that this was email, I think, it's how we ask for information in the 21st century very often. So rather than going down and asking in person, you send an email and ask.
But I imagine the concern is that this is just an open-ended question to the controller's office and not a request for, say, a record.
So isn't that something that we should determine as we listen to the facts of the case?
I mean, if we find jurisdiction, obviously we'll do that. I guess I'm just concerned that if anyone, it has nothing to do with the Clarks or Ms. Zamuda, but if anyone has some email interchange and isn't satisfied with the result, that they could then bring it to us, and whether or not we find for the complainant on the merits that we'll have gone through the entire process on something that might not have actually requested public records or public information. And just by labeling a thing a request for public information under the ordinance, I don't think makes it so.
I think that section 67.22 sufficiently gives us authority to consider this, and it does contain limitations. The limitation, one of the biggest limitations being if they cannot respond to this within 15 minutes, then it's not a violation if they do not. So is this a request that can be, responded to within 15 minutes? Maybe that's something that informs whether we find a violation ultimately, but I do think that we have jurisdiction to consider that and to reach that sort of further point.
I guess the only problem I have with that is that I read 67.22 oral public information as just that, oral public information either in person or over the phone, potentially over a video conference, but not in writing back and forth or by email. I don't read oral public information to cover that. That's just my interpretation.
Vice Chair Hyland.
Perhaps we just take a roll call vote on jurisdiction.
All right. Is there any public comment on this jurisdiction?
I have two issues with this. The first is the immediacy of response issue, 6725A, clearly states that it must say immediate disclosure request. I didn't note in the email that they
Point of
said
order.
that.
We're talking about jurisdiction here.
I don't think there is jurisdiction in this matter because if you look on the controller's website, they have a more extensive public information request. I can pull it up. It's a 2-page request, which they didn't bother to even fill out. They just simply sent an email, and I don't believe that there's jurisdiction in this matter.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Yeah, I support the motion for jurisdiction. Mr. Piper is discussing substantive matters, not jurisdiction. The Controller's Office is a city department. You have jurisdiction. That's clear. I don't even think the Controller's Office was contesting jurisdiction until Mr. Piper raised it. But what he's raising is substantive defenses as to whether or not there was compliance to the Sunshine Ordinance, not whether or not you have jurisdiction. So clearly you do have jurisdiction, and I urge you to find jurisdiction.
Thank you. Are there any more members of the public who'd like to talk on jurisdiction? Seeing none, public comments closed. And if we could take a roll call vote when Chair Washburn returns.
On the motion to find jurisdiction, Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Pilpel?
No.
Pilpel, no. Member Hepner?
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member Fisher?
Pass.
Member Oka?
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Hyland?
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Fisher?
Aye.
Fisher, aye. The motion passes.
Let's hear what they have to say.
All right, at this time, Mr. Clark, you have 5 minutes to present your case.
Thank you. First of all, this is a result. I was asking for public information regarding the budget and payment of how certain things were going to be paid. The fact that I did it in an email doesn't make it less a request for information. Give you a brief history. This started in January of this year when I found out at the executive committee as a result of a meeting to determine what their 6-month budget showed up, that the documents that were presented to me showed that for the first time in over 40 years, $58,000 from the city's general fund was used to pay for expenses for the street artist program for the first 6 months, and that they were predicting that there was going to be a deficit at the end of the 13-14 fiscal year. Then when the next year's budget came up, the final documents for what the revenue was in expenditures showed that there was a $75,000 deficit at the end of the 13-14 fiscal year. As a result of that, I sent an email to the controller's office and got the response from them on July 25th, 2014, in which Mrs. Muda said that if no savings or revenue is available to make up a shortfall, then the controller will explore other administrative options to balance the Arts Commission's budget. And then I sent a subsequent email that day, which is on page 196, in which I said if they don't find those other savings, if no savings or revenue is available to make up a shortfall, then what other administrative options available to balance the Arts Commission's FY 13-14 budget, which she was referring to. So I specifically wanted to know that how is the Arts Commission going to pay for this $75,000 deficit that has been incurred? The city spent this $75,000 on these expenses, but there's no revenue in the street artist program to pay for it. At the time of the email, I was told that they're going to try and do this and they're going to try and do that. But if they can't do that, then they would explore other administrative options. As the controller, I believe the controller's office knows, has the knowledge, and should have the knowledge of what other administrative options are available for the city to cover a $75,000 deficit. I received no response to my email, and I therefore, after a long period of time, filed my complaint, and then the controller's office did not file any response to my complaint within 5 days, and they never even filed a response to this complaint. To this day, I am not aware of any response from the controller's office on this matter. So therefore, again, I am asking for information regarding, as stated in 6724F, public information that must be disclosed, budgets and other financial information. And I need to know how the city and the controller intend to pay for this $75,000 deficit that has been incurred. And I feel that I'm entitled to know how they intend to pay for this, because as of right now, the Street Arts program did not have the money. The revenue wasn't collected for FY13-14 to pay for the expenditures that were made by the city. And I feel that it's important for us to find out if this is in October now, and I still haven't received any information from the controller's office as to how the city intends to cover that $75,000 deficit. And all I'm asking here is for the controller's office and Ms. Zamuda to tell me what the other administrative options are, which she referred to in her email of July 24th.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant?
Hi, Robert Clark. Yeah, I think it's absurd to send somebody an email and say, well, if we can't get money, we're going to explore other options, but to not know what those options are. And so all we're doing at this time, when we requested this information, was to let us know what options you're thinking of. We specifically want to know, because for 42 years, the city attorney has told us in written opinions that the Street Artist program cannot use any money from the general fund to pay for their expenses. Now, all of a sudden, the mayor's office takes $58,000 out of the general fund to pay for the Street Artist program. Now, the reason why this is so important is because from 1972 to 1978, out of $200,000 of Street Artist certificate fee revenue, $196,000 of that money was put into the city's general fund. And when we requested back in the early 70s to be able to use that money to pay for the expenses of our program, the city attorney said, well, it's in the general fund, so you can't use it. And as a result, the city went to the ballot, told the voters that the Street Artists had no money, and asked the voters to give them the authority to raise the fees. The voters gave them the authority to raise the fees, and ever since then, we've been asking to use our $200,000 plus 30 years of interest from 1972 to 1999, we have been asking for that money that's been sitting in the general funds to be able to be used to cover the expenses of the Street Arts program. And every time we go to a fee-raising committee meeting, we're told that that money cannot be used because it's in the general fund and we're not allowed to use any money from the general fund. That's why we want to know what the options are that she's suggesting, because if one of the options isn't to give us back our $200,000 $200,000, since it's now been cleared up by the mayor's office that we can use money from the general fund, we want to know what those specific options are, because if it isn't if one of the options isn't to give us our $196,000 plus 30 years worth of interest back, then we're going to suggest that it be given back to us, because the mayor's office has now made it clear that we can get money from the general fund. So we need to know what these other options are, and why they don't want to tell them to us even now in October is beyond my comprehension.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, Ms. Samuda from the Controller's Office.
Good evening, members. Monique Smuda from the Controller's Office. I consider this a dialogue with Mr. Clark. He is never satisfied with any response from the Controller's Office, many staff, from the Arts Commission, many staff, the city attorney, many city attorneys, the mayor's office. They have an argument about the legal ramifications and parameters of the program. It has been explained to them for 40 years. They are not in agreement. Yes, there is a deficit at the Arts Commission. A public disclosure request was made. The information was furnished by the Arts Commission, their expenses, their revenues, the difference. Documents were produced in a timely way by the Arts Commission. The question was, how is the department going to rebalance its budget? This happens to all 50 departments every year. There is a year-end close process that is done. The books close. In some instances, there's a variance, and we're able to balance the budget by looking at revenue and whether it can be applied to another program, having expenditure savings applied to those deficits. The process lasts about 3 months. It is done every single year. It takes about 25 staff people full-time for 3 months to close the books of the city. We have financial auditors that issue the financial statements, and we issue a final report around Thanksgiving. When this question was raised to us early in the summer, before we closed any of the books, I let Mr. Clark know that we have some options to close that deficit. Here are a couple of options. If those are not available, we will look at other administrative remedies. It could be 1,000 different things. No matter what I tell them, they're not satisfied. We have no records that provides that answer. We are in the process of balancing an $8.6 billion budget. They are concerned with $25,000, $75,000. We have spent hours and hours and hours of staff time working with the Clark brothers, giving them information about a tiny little program that they are very, very invested in and very interested in. I understand that, but there is no more staff time to give to the Clark brothers about this minor issue, which will get adjusted in the next couple of months. If they want to know how it was adjusted, when it occurs, we will have that information and we can furnish it. I have spent the last 37 years with the City and County of San Francisco. We provide information to the public when they ask it. We run reports. We try to be reasonable, more than reasonable. We have a huge job to do. And for me to spend 3 hours of my time to respond to these questions time and time again is not fair to the city.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Ms. Stadish, are you planning to speak?
If you go to the controller's website, you'll find a 2-page public information request, which is how normal people might fill it out. It's very detailed. It asks a lot of questions. It's much more detailed than what you'll find or what we file here. It's not a simple email dialogue. So there's that aspect of it. The second aspect, this is the third time this year the Clark brothers have pulled in the controller's office before the task force over basically the same rant. That's here. What they did is not a correct version of what they did at the executive meeting. I was there. It became an angry standoff, and the commissioners were taken out the side door. I was horrified by it, to be honest with you. Here they're tame, and you see them in very limited doses. It was horrifying. They did the same at the street artist meeting. I don't remember the exact date. It was about 4 months ago. There was a new chair, a senior commissioner who has served under 5 mayors, Barbara Scalar, who was just sitting down as the chair. They again provoked a standoff. It was horrifying. I was having a panic attack over the same angry rant that people, it was a doom and gloom scenario that the rates are going to go up to $1,000 a year. The individual artist is going to be knocked out by these huge family units. They actually ambushed Commissioner, I can't recall his name. They waited for him at the top of the stairs and talked him against the wall. I was horrified. I was waiting to thank him for coming, and they turned around and said to me, "Why did you even come to the meeting? You don't even have a permit." The next day, I went in and paid the permit. Then they ambushed me and destroyed my Easter. I was having lunch on the wharf, not even working. They came, plopped themselves down, and talked at me and a friend for 45 minutes over the same angry rant to the point where I just paid the bill and went out the side way. This scenario that they do, it's been going on since the beginning of time, and that's why they have alienated themselves from other street artists. That's why their slanderous YouTube videos on the internet, this one slandering this one from the wharf, slandering that one from Justin Herman Plaza, and you just simply go to the lottery. This dialogue has been going on at these daily lotteries since the beginning of time. And people go to them as people in authority. And what you get is involved in some mishmash nonsense that makes no sense whatsoever. It's horrifying. And in fact, it's embarrassing.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Okay, the matter's with the task force for questions. Member Pilpil.
So to Ms. Zamuda, and we just heard about Barbara Sklar. That's Dick Sklar's wife. Dick was a member of this task force as the ex officio representative from the mayor's office for a period of months. It's nice to hear about the Sklars. And thank you for all of your work. I've said this to you privately, publicly, for the city for all that time. Good for you. I'm sorry for us that you're retiring. On the question of the street artist program, let's talk for a second about the different funds of the city. As I understand, 1G is the general fund, the 5 series, or the enterprise funds, is the street artist program fund a 2S special revenue fund?
It is a special fund, yes.
Okay. Is there some documentation somewhere that describes the fund types and how that's handled? That
Simply put, the special funds can only be used for a particular purpose.
And in this case, it's a cost recovery program, right? So the funds are set, or the fees are set at a rate to cover the anticipated expenses. Is there some documentation that we understand that. Is there some documentation that explains that?
We have a lot of documentation that has gone back and forth between the clerks in our office and the Arts Commission that explains it. We've done audits on it. This has been
No, I understand. I'm
researched.
just asking if there's a general document that discusses the different fund types and how they. I mean, for some reason, I'm focused on expendable trust funds and weird things like that.
This is not a trust fund.
No, I know, but is there some document that explains those different fund types?
The administrative code addresses funds and what kind of funds behave in what way. That is, do they draw interest? Can they be carried forward? The circumstances under which they should be appropriated. And when funds are created by the Board of Supervisors in the administrative code, they are identified as what kind of fund they are that governs those attributes I just discussed.
So, I mean, it seems to me that in the worst case, if there is a deficit in this particular fund, that would be carried forward. It would, in the
that is one of many options.
Right, but in the grand scheme of things, as you suggested, it just sort of, gets taken care of. The Arts Commission in general would probably have sufficient funds in its general fund appropriation to cover if there were a deficit in a special revenue fund.
That could be one option.
But again, there are different ways that you manage.
Right, and the way that the department manages its fund and the way that the controller
manages and closes out.
is funds are supposed to cover their costs.
Right.
And if they do not, then we look at other avenues. We look at other revenue, we look at expenditure reductions. Carrying forward a deficit is an option, probably not one that I would recommend, but it is an option that's perfectly legal and appropriate. Or we can move some expenses into the subsequent fiscal year. I mean, there are a number of things. And again,
and both the departments and your office have sufficient controls in place to manage, report, anticipate, cover all these things. This is not some
yes,
unusual
but that is
occurrence.
not the subject of their requests, whether we have authority and whether we know what we're doing or whether we know what a fund is. They want an answer that has not yet been
there
determined.
is no answer to give because it hasn't been decided.
And I really see this request that says that it's a public disclosure request as simply a dialogue because there are no records that provide answer to the particular question that they are posing to the controller's office.
And we were mentioning before when we were looking at jurisdiction, this idea of oral public information, and that means information that you could, within 15 minutes, obtain and convey. And it sounds like all the options that you have to consider, this is not something you could explicate in 15 minutes at all. And besides, it's a moving target depending on how you're
No, and I don't
working
see
it
it as my public duty to argue this point every single time. We have fulfilled our responsibility in providing the budget information, letting them know the strategies or the approaches that we would take if there was a deficit. And again, we need to close the books to determine whether or not that case exists. And when we act, we can provide information that provides a fact.
Okay. Thank you. Member Wolf?
I mean, maybe I'm looking at this the wrong way, but as I read it, the response provided by the deputy controller clearly was something that would have taken at least 15 minutes to research, so that meets the burden of the Sunshine Ordinance. There aren't any documents requested that haven't been provided. Like, I spoke earlier about how this didn't feel like a jurisdictional issue, but it also, even though I do feel that we do have the jurisdiction, I feel that there isn't really any evidence of a violation here at all. I'm a little concerned about your statement saying that the Clark brothers have spent as much time as they can have, and I understand the position that you're in. At this point, they haven't asked for a public records request. If they did, I think that you would acknowledge that at that point you would have to spend whatever time to provide those documents.
Yes.
Great. Thanks.
Sir, are there any other questions for either party? Ms. Samuda, you have 3 minutes for a rebuttal if you'd like.
I have no other comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, Mr. Clark, you have 3 minutes.
First of all, I'd like to object to all the lies and mischaracterizations of how I've dealt with the Controller's Office and other people. There have been many lies about me that were just stated to you regarding things that happened. I never even attended an executive committee meeting, let alone attacked any commissioner at one. Third of all, I would like to point out to you that it's against state law for a deficit to be carried forward into the next fiscal year, and that license fees from a future year be used to pay for prior year's expenses. That's one of the reasons why I'm trying to find out what options are available, because as you have just heard from the controller, she stated that deficits carried over to the future is one of the options. I want to be made aware of that, what the options are. I disagree with you, Mr. Wolf, that they could not provide that information to me in 15 minutes because there are not a lot of options available to the city to pay for this deficit. There's only a few ways possible. She eliminated several of them in the first part of her answer when she said, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and we're going to try and do this. And then she said, if we can't do this, then we're going to explore other administrative remedies. There's only a few administrative remedies. That's either to raise the fees, but it's already too late to raise the fees from last year. That should have been done last year when they were aware that they were going to have a deficit. So you cannot charge people, license holders and certificate holders in this year to pay for last year's expenses. The mayor was asked to give more money from the general fund to cover this deficit, and he refused to do that. And also, what I'm saying is that those expenditures should not have. It's also against the law for the city to spend money that they are not aware of where the revenue is going to come from to pay for those expenses. So the options available to the city are pretty minimum. Either get the money from the general fund or some other fund. The Street Arts Program is a special fund that was approved by the voters, and it was a special fund, which meant that the money collected from certificates can only be used to pay for the program. But that doesn't mean that general fund money cannot be applied. But the mayor decided not to do that this year, and so I just want to know what those few remaining options are available, and the controller is the one who knows the law, and he should have that information available to him.
Thank you. The matter is now with the task force. Do I hear a motion to find a violation? Okay, then.
Open it to public comment. Seeing that there is no motion at this time, is there any public comment on the matter? I do not see any public comment. There being no motion, this matter is concluded.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Item number 8.
Thank you, Monique.
Bye.
Item number 8, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Annual Report.
Ready?
I just wanted to say that this was on the agenda last time, and we continued it. I was asking members to, if they had any edits, so forth. I was hoping to, I don't think I made myself clear, I was hoping to have the EOT report expanded upon. It's right now a list of bulleted items, but I really would hope that we could act on this tonight. So, members, Member Wolf?
Is this, Member Pilpul, is this your revision here?
That That was my Friday revision, the one with the holes. What I'm handing out now was the Monday revision. I made some further minor tweaks.
Okay, well, the only revision from Member Pilpil's Friday, the one with the holes in it, that I wanted to raise is on page 11 under short-term issues. There's a sentence, it's the second sentence in the paragraph. Even though many complaints are resolved with mediation, there is still a backlog of complaints due to a complainant's unwillingness to mediate or when the mediation is not successful. I think that that's somewhat loaded language, and we should say due to either party's unwillingness to mediate and take that away from the complainant being unwilling to mediate. That's it. Everything else looks good.
I'm happy to substitute the word parties for complainant. I think that makes sense. All I did would, you see the edits that I made, complainant wasn't my word.
I don't. I really don't care. I'm
That's
just
fine. Yeah, no,
putting the word out there.
I'm happy to make that change. If I could just talk generally for a second, and I'm sorry that I didn't get the idea that more heft was desired in the EOT section. What I did was take the draft that existed at the time, which I think originated with Chair Grant and then Vice Chair Fisher, Vice Chair Hyland, Chair Washburn. There were some comments that I found in brackets and fun language about the circular firing, whatever. I attempted to clean it up.
Let me cut to the chase through the chair. I read what was in the package. I have not read what you just handed out. So I really think this is being beaten like a dead horse. So if you want to point out one or two important points that you think we should take and we can vote on as amended, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I'm not okay with going through 25 little changes that you've done again when this should have already been done. So I'm just putting that out there.
The only, you see at the beginning the marked revisions version and then the clean version at the end. The final date will get inserted. I added some CCs, I thought, for distribution. There are still a couple of issues that need to be cleaned up on page 3, the bottom with the referrals from 2014.
I don't want to go through all the changes. I mean, I'm actually happy to vote on your previous version. I thought that was fine. We can add, Member Wolf's insertion of parties instead of complaints, and I'm fine with that. That's my position on this. I don't think the task force wants to go through every little second grammatical pass that you've made. That's all I'm trying to say. So
I just wanted to point out the things that are highlighted, which still had some issues. Of the 4 cases that were highlighted in here, for 2 of them, there's language indicating that there was no further action taken.
Just so you know, that language was pulled directly out of our minutes.
Right, but
which has been approved by this body in the past. That's all I'm saying.
Right, but there actually has been further action taken on those matters.
That's fine, but this report only is supposed to be chronologically only up through April. So,
right, but there's language in here about the hearing that ethics heard on the Micah Ringel, John Ram matter, but there isn't language about what the commission did on the Mayanki matter or the Ray Hart's Luis Herrera matter. So there's some inconsistency there. I'm just pointing that out. And I also wasn't clear on page 9 on one of the matters from Library Users Association, how that was referred. So I inserted some language that I don't know is correct. And I was trying to have this be as accurate as possible, but with someone given the discretion to fix those things and making the change that Member Wolf pointed out, whenever it's appropriate for a motion, I'm happy to do that, and I did what I could to clean this up, and I hope that's helpful.
Okay. I mean, if it's substantive, I think that's worth talking about. But
those were the only things I wanted to mention. The other stuff is just
all the CCs and stuff.
I just wanted to mention that. That's all.
There are no members of the public in the room. Is there any motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt.
As amended?
Yeah.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Members, do you have any? Mr. Young, would you call the roll on the matter?
On the motion to approve the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force annual report as amended, Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Hepner?
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member Fisher?
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Oka?
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Hyland?
Aye.
Vice Chair Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. I do request that Member Pilpel provide me the electronic version of it without, as soon as possible so that I can prepare it and send it out.
Yeah, and we'll add whatever thing was missing, but it's ready to go, and from Chair Washburn to sign. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Young, would you read the next item on the agenda?
Item number 9, Administrator's Report. On my Administrator's Report. Sorry, I'm just getting a time log. As stated, for the last month, I received approximately 290 calls, emails, and office visits. That is a very rough estimate. Communication received. I did receive a communication from Anonymous. She has a request to the task force. She has an organization that would like to receive off-site training session regarding sunshine requirements. I don't know if you would like to send a representative to that group meeting. If you do, please let me know, and I will communicate it with Anonymous.
So this is something the EOT traditionally did, was send someone, so that should go on the agenda for the EOT.
Yes, I'll place that on the next EOT agenda. Complaints submitted within the last month.
Sorry, can I just clarify on that? The complaint submitted, is the time period there wrong? Is that actually the month of September?
My approximate guess would be yes, it should be September.
Okay. And I appreciate that it's like it's the reporting period, so I think that's very helpful. Thanks.
Just to go through it quickly, 14083, Derek Kerr. I did manage to mediate the matter, and the complainant withdrew the complaint. 14086, William Ledford. He submitted a complaint that was inappropriate. He was asking about smoking policies at Laguna Hana Hospital and how he disagreed with it. So I will not be going any further with his complaint unless he provides a request for information. Just so you get an idea of what I'm receiving, I do need to document it.
All right.
It's the Sunshine Task Force, the smoke and the sunshine.
He filed a sunshine ordinance. That's not even remotely our.
It was a smoke-filled room, and he was concerned about it.
Well, he's an oncologist.
He was concerned that they were forcing everyone to go to the bottom of the hill to smoke, and people were getting injured because they had to go down the hill.
Interfering with their sunshine.
14087, Jason Gibbs, Library Commission. This is concerning the reduction of the time limit from 3 down to 2 minutes. There is currently a court decision regarding this issue. So that is something to consider. I will try to provide that to him and mediate with him concerning that issue.
Do you have the court decision on hand by chance?
I do not have it with me, but I can send it to you. 14088, Alan Grossman. I believe that's a public records request. 14089 and 90, I have not processed those yet, as I am still continuously receiving them, and I'm trying to collect them and combine them prior to creating a file for them. It's the same issues are currently coming up, IDRs and late minutes.
And you're grouping them as such? One is meeting related and one is records related?
Yes.
Got it. Okay, cool. Thanks.
Next on, that completes the list. I did receive 2 additional ones this morning. One against the Assessor Recorder and the Port Commission, or Port of San Francisco, for failure to provide index of records. And upon verifying with the City Administrator's Office, they do not have a policy online. I did speak with the Assessor Controller. They are now working on it with the City Attorney's Office. They should have it up in the next few days. I have not heard back from the Port. And there is another one against the Assessor's Office for public records. You have my latest statistics. There's approximately 22 complaints, excluding anonymous. I anticipate November. With additional complaints filed, I anticipate the first meeting in December completing our backlog.
Can I just clarify on that? That's 22, including some cases that we've heard and continued, like the civil
Yes,
service
that is
matter?
including some of the ones that have already been heard.
Okay.
And are coming back to the task force next week. On October 28th.
Okay.
For follow-up.
So there are 4 or 5 that are in follow-up and like 13 or 14, no, what does that work to? 17 or 18 that we have not heard at all yet. Does that sound about right?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, all right. So we're getting there.
I did put in a summary of the continuance policy for complaints, or more of a recommendation. Our policy currently state that we shall grant one continuance to the complainant if we receive the request 3 business days prior to the meeting. We are in the process of changing that to 5 days. Additional requests for continuance must be considered by the task force in open session. Items not continued should be closed with no further action required by the task force. If you do deny a continuance, the item should be tabled or filed. If the complainant wishes to continue with that, they can file a new complaint.
And to codify that and change the 3 days to 5 days would require a change to
adjustment.
the complaint procedure.
Yes, an amendment to the complaint procedure.
Okay, and that'll be in the works for the next time we fix that.
We are currently working on that right now.
And rules.
Okay.
Yes, we do need to make some changes to the complaint procedure to implement our new hearing policy. There are some references that are misleading. It talks about upon request of the complainant for a pre-hearing, and there's a lot of language in there that doesn't comply. And then our application form states, do you want a hearing or do you not want a hearing? And so our complaint form needs to be amended also. And just so you know, we still have a backlog of meeting minutes from the year 2011. There's approximately 25 of them. I was planning on putting it on the November 5th meeting. And
All of them?
I can do half.
Half of them, okay.
I will do half of them on November 5th and the other half in December.
Question? Some of those are certainly full task force. Some of those are also committees.
I have not considered committees yet. Once I finish the full task force, then I will begin working on the committees, but I believe the individual committees would handle their own minutes.
My sense is that if there are EOT minutes, and there are, those are up to EOT to adopt. Same thing with compliance and amendments. If there are draft minutes that were never approved by the other committees that existed at the time, then my sense is that those should come before the full task force for approval, because there isn't a committee to bring them to. Does that make sense to folks? Like the complaint committee, there may still be some
What the
draft
complaint
minutes after
committee
that.
is...
Well, if we restart that, that's different.
reconstituted at this time.
Right. Technology, I think the technology committee had one meeting, the ad hoc committees, there may be stuff hanging out
I am
there.
reviewing our entire website to find out, to see if there's any draft minutes still pending, and I am bringing them forward as I find them.
I think compliance and amendments is probably current.
Compliance and amendment is concurrent.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you.
That completes my report. Item number 10, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items.
So the only two things I had listed at the Ethics Commission issue, I heard that's going to compliance, but we'll have that back either on the 28th or more likely November 5th.
I believe it is November 5th.
Okay, and maybe we can ask Who's chairing compliance this week? Member Hebner. Maybe if compliance can send a letter to the Ethics Commission expressing its view following that meeting and asking that they not take final action so that we codify the letter that we talked about earlier with Mr. Minardi? Because I think that we should have that discussion at the committee and then have a discussion with the full task force before offering our final views on it.
I think that letter should probably come from the chair, don't you think, rather than from a...
That's either way.
Just a request to, to reinforce them holding off.
And saying that we are going to discuss it at compliance and at the full task force, and we appreciate their blah, 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 and whatever. Yeah, that's cool.
So the letter that will come out of compliance and amendments is relating to the date.
No, I
that
think
the Ethics Commission will be hearing it.
I think we were now saying that instead that will be a letter from Chair Washburn that could happen between now and
wonderful.
That could happen in the next couple of weeks.
But it'd be nice to have a report from compliance to the full committee.
Yes.
Then we have time to digest for November 5th.
On November 5th, right.
I will place the Ethics Commission memorandum on the Compliance and Amendments Committee.
Maybe we want that actually on the 28th as well so that we can hear what happened at their meeting the night before, even if we're not acting on it that night. Just a thought while it's still fresh.
Yeah, to see if they went forward on the 27th or not.
Right.
Despite our request, yeah, it's true.
I can place it on both agendas if it's requested. I can place it on the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force October 28th meeting and the November 5th meeting. There's no harm in placing it on both agendas.
And we can continue it. So that works. So that's all on ethics. And the other thing I had was the 12L opinion letters from the last meeting. I drafted those last week, provided them to Victor. I think we're good to hear those on the 28th. I forget when HSA was available.
HSA will be coming back on October the 28th.
Okay, so we're good for those. They're only 2-page letters. They're pretty clean. And I would ask that they be sent to Mr. Pitts and Mr. Piccarello along with HSA and CHP so that they all have time to digest it and suggest any changes to us. But I got that done, so
Thank you.
And the only other thing that I had in mind, and it's not high on the urgency scale, but sort of in the spirit of being proactive with ensuring compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. And this is something that would go to compliance and amendments, I imagine, but I'm wondering if this has ever been done before. That sort of survey of every department's website to see if they're up to date on records retention policies, I think is a big category. And then the other category being, things like calendars posted on the department websites.
Index of records.
Index of records, right. And if we can just sort of start systematically going through that, kind of the way we're doing complaints at the full meetings, but do this as a part of compliance and amendments. Has that ever been done? Is there a procedure that's been
I believe we have a test subject in mind.
Okay.
Typically,
I've been working on a memo to address the Arts Commission. I have found that they have not been complying with the posting of minutes in a timely manner.
Surprise.
So I'm drafting a memo to try to be preemptive and get questions answered. And I was hoping to send that directly to CAC as a hearing, as a discussion prior to any complaints being filed.
That's great. I mean, that's exactly the type of thing that I think would be great to be doing, preempting some of the complaints, starting with things like the Arts Commission that tend to resurface frequently.
We also, I was just remembering, as part of our response to the civil grand jury, we said we were going to do certain things by a certain date.
Exactly.
And I think it was like 6 months was our, what we had. So Victor, if you could kind of let us know what we have to get done by when.
I would try to develop some type of plan to hear
and
develop our additional research and response.
Right.
I would say typically large department surveys and monitoring of websites is something that EOT has done or not done, but it's sort of fallen there. But if to the extent that it's following up with a complaint like the Paula Detached stuff, then I think it does fall more in CAC. And that's the kind of thing that we could sort of split up and say maybe half the departments the CAC will work on and EOT will work on the other half. I mean, there are ways to split up the work here.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it's reasonable for either committee, frankly, to try to look at every single website of every department in the next month or 2 or even 6,
Just in a quick aside, I was at the mayor's office website. I was looking to see about how to make a sunshine request, just in light of our case tonight, when I was reading the case last night. And the mayor's calendar, you can click on to see it. It's interesting, though, it's just his public events. There's nothing there about who he's meeting with when. It's like no public events on Monday. And on Tuesday, from 2 to 3, he's speaking before this group. So the question arises, what about all the rest of his time? And shouldn't that be, there's a calendar, all right, but it's not complete.
Right. You need a camera in his office that's always streaming.
I think that's exactly why we should ask departments to put their department head calendar 3 days after it's done, the complete calendar with all the people they met with online. And I don't know if they should keep it there forever, but at least keep it there for a year or 2, right? And you should be able to see who the planning director and who the mayor and who everybody who
keep it
all
on
is
there a
streaming
very
in.
long time, actually.
Yeah. And then just the last point I thought of, we heard earlier tonight that Member Oka's seat is up tomorrow at Rules. Bottom line is Member Oka might not be here at the next meeting, and if that's the case, we should thank him then, we should thank him now, and all of that, and we might have 1 or 2 new members by our next meeting, which would be...
They will not be at the next meeting.
What?
It will not be possible for the next meeting.
So we have
there's no board meeting to approve any ruling of the Rules Committee.
Well,
so there will be at least a 1 month delay.
All right. Well, it could
most
happen
likely it'll
soon.
be December.
All right. Anyway, I wanted to thank Member Oka in case...
Do you want to stay with us, Bruce, or you reapplied,
the
right?
way things normally work, I expect to be here in November. Because the whole board has to approve or vote on my replacement. And I've made it very clear that although I have enjoyed my stay here, this is not something that I want to spend time doing in the future.
Well, we're not saying goodbye quite yet, it sounds
Nope.
And you can come back like Member Nee anytime.
I'd be very surprised if it goes through by the next meeting.
Okay. In the meantime, go Giants.
Yeah.
They did win.
They did win. They won. My daughter said it was a boring game, actually. 8 to nothing.
Or something.
As opposed to our meeting. We can adjourn without objection.
Okay.